Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome everyone to the House Rules and Executive Nominations Committee for our first meeting of the 2026 legislative session. We're under the leadership of our new speaker, Jocelyn Pena-Melnick, who for a long time was a member of this committee, but now as speaker, she has designated others for this position. We have several new members, quite a few new members. So I would like to offer a bit of explanation of how we're going to proceed with this meeting before we start. We are conducting a public hearing on 2 bills, just like any other committee. I want to stress that this is a public hearing. It's not a time to debate, but rather to listen respectfully to the witnesses on all sides and ask relevant questions on the legislation before us. After the sponsors panel, we will be taking all the witnesses. We have more than 200 witnesses signed up. So we're going to start with the people who are here in person, and then we will go to those who are online. We will have a 2-minute limit for all the witnesses after the sponsors panel. The sponsor is going to be given a lot of latitude to explain this complicated, long anticipated bill. And and we're looking forward to hearing what he has to say. I'm going to ask that the members please stick to the legislation in your questions and try to stay on topic. Ask the questions you need to ask. Only committee members may ask questions. We're not going to have dialogue back and forth with the witnesses. The subject matter of the bills is of great importance and expect everyone to be respectful, witnesses and members alike. And I will do my best as well. We're human and we know that people have very strong feelings about these things, but we want to conduct this whole hearing the way it should be, which is with respect and with the seriousness that it should be considered. And with that, I'm going to recognize the sponsor of the bill, which is House Bill 488, Delegate Wilson. Delegate Wilson. And Governor, first, let me welcome you to our committee, and I'm happy to see you here, and I expect we'll be hearing from you shortly.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Never thought I'd be in this room again. Too soon? Too soon? I'm here to introduce House Bill 488. I guess I should introduce my panel. Governor Moore. Just for clarity, everybody here knows we're not here in this position because we chose to be or because we want to be. We're here because our current president and the current administration, basically in a desperate attempt to rig the next election in the House of Representatives and prevent that next election from delivering any meaningful check on its power, chose to call first the governor of Texas and tell him that he deserved 5 more votes, and again in Missouri and the Carolinas. I guess Marylanders just, we can't be expected to just idly sit by and hope things get better, because when someone tries to silence our voice, it's necessary to step into the void and enter the fray. So we're here to say to the federal workers in D.C. suburbs that your voices are not going to be muted by the gerrymandering in Texas. The voices of the school teachers in Baltimore City will not be silenced by the gerrymandering in Missouri. Voices of the small business owners on the Eastern Shore who believe that health care should be affordable. The peaceful protesters who are in fear that they have to step on the streets and possibly lose their lives exercising their First Amendment rights. That those voices will not be suppressed by the gerrymandering in North Carolina, Ohio, or Florida. This new map is our clarion call and bullhorn, to say that our vote should count and our voice should matter. Here today to present a redistricting map for Maryland, for the state and for the people. This map, we don't have to really choose between protecting historic communities and defending against this administration's partisan assault. We'd have to choose between districts that look good and districts that do good. We can enact a map that strengthens community representation, complies with traditional redistricting criteria, and ensures Maryland's representatives' voices are no longer stifled or ignored on a national level. Briefly, the governor's redistricting advisory committee was announced on November 24th. I was appointed to serve in this bipartisan committee as the speaker's representative. We held 7 public hearings from November to January. We solicited public input from across the state and received over 40 maps, or concepts, I should say, of maps from the public for consideration. After voting, GRAC issued a map recommendation to the governor and then to this legislature on January 20th. The map before you today is based on the concept of a map that was presented at GRAC. Feedback that was received by the public, and it complies with all federal constitutional requirements. Districts are equally populated and not drawn for any prohibited racial purposes. This map brings similar communities together, respects all political boundaries. In fact, it avoids splitting up any incorporated city or town anywhere besides Baltimore City. In Baltimore City's population, the majority of it remains in one district. Creating 3 representatives within Baltimore amplifies the residents' not only representation but voices, and strengthens our state's largest city with the strategic and economical hub that we need to protect. Montgomery County, Maryland's largest county, keeps 3 members of Congress with practical district lines. The map keeps Fort Meade and the Columbia Tech Corridor along Route 32 in the same district, ensure thousands of Marylanders working in the cyber and tech industries are represented together. The map connects the Bay Bridge on both sides of the bay. The community includes hundreds of thousands of Marylanders, including 78,000 daily commuters from Annapolis to mid-shore. The 4th district remains largely intact, serving the significant federal workforce and population in that area. And the 5th district continues to serve rural communities down through southern Maryland. The map respects the rural communities from the western Howard to Cecil County in the 3rd district. Some folks are going to say that this, the state law prevents the General Assembly from protecting Marylanders in this way. Basically, that we have to be feckless, accept the degradation of our democracy, suffer the privation as spectators as our state is diminished, and sit benighted in intellectual and moral ignorance as our children's future is destroyed. That incipient misgiving is entirely incorrect. In fact, the state constitution is completely silent as to congressional redistricting, which gives our General Assembly the flexibility it needs to ensure Maryland voters are effectively represented, even if, and especially if, other states are attempting to increase their own power at our expense. Flexibility is more than an opportunity, it's a responsibility, and it is an obligation to defend our people, our values, and defend our state. Additionally, another bill component beyond the map is a ballot question, inviting full public input. In approval of this map, it will continue through 28 and 2030. There's also clarification in the Maryland Constitution, Article 3, Section 4 requirements specifying that legislative districts only apply to the General Assembly, as historical context and legislative intent has already done many times before. It contains an authorization for a future need to rapidly address congressional redistricting, that the General Assembly may grant original jurisdiction to the Maryland Supreme Court to minimize delay and potential chaos. As I stated in the beginning of my testimony, the whys we're here, it's pretty obvious. The president instructed Texas to redistrict in order to gain more seats for his party in the United States House of Representatives. So far, 6 states have moved, redrawing maps to extinguish any opportunity to stop Trump's cruelty, corruption, and lawlessness. We are here because Maryland will not and should not go quietly into this dark night. Every day, Americans are being tested. Children don't know if their classmates are going to be kidnapped by masked agents. Journalists don't know if they're going to be sued, harassed, or taken to court. Public officials, including each one of you sitting here today, you don't know if you're going to be investigated or indicted for challenging this regime. And yet we see people leaning in and answering the questions and being tested and standing. with unbelievable courage. And now it's our turn. So we now have to face this test with moral clarity and principled reasoning. Marylanders do not enjoy the luxury of allowing other states to fight for us. Our people, the voters of Maryland, have their precious political right to be heard in the halls of Congress. Passing this map is how we fight chaos and corruption. Passing this map is how we operationalize our oath to be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of Maryland. Passing this map is to remind the entire world that America can do better, that we are better, and we will be better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Governor Moore?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Healy. And thank you to Vice Chair Holmes. Thank you to Chair Healy. Thank you, Vice Chair Holmes. Thank you to all the members of the Rules and Executive Noms Committee. And I'm very proud to be here with Delegate C.T. Wilson in support of House Bill 488. And I'm proud to be here because from day one, I have been very clear that if there was a national conversation happening right now about fair maps across this country, then Maryland would be a part of that conversation. That Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have asked states to re-examine their maps. Yet they've asked states to do it in an unthoughtful way, and to do it in a way where it was not about hearing the voices of the people, but it was actually about suppressing the voices of the people. But in Maryland, we decided not to do that, because in Maryland, we will hear the will of the people. And that's why on November 4th, I announced the reconstitution of the Governor's Redistricting Advisory Commission. And for the past 2 months, any Marylander from any region, from any background, from any political perspective could testify and make their voices heard. The commission's recommendation was shaped by public submissions. It was shaped by public hearings. It was shaped by public feedback. And that is how our democracy is supposed to work. To create more competition and accountability and not less. To elect candidates of Marylanders' choosings. To be more accurate and have an accurate reflection of how Marylanders live. And to ensure that their voices and concerns are fairly and fully represented in Congress. It is imperative that Maryland do its part to ensure that Congress is able to function as a meaningful check on executive overreach. And now is the time for the General Assembly to do what Marylanders expect, debate the map, improve it if necessary, and then take the vote. Because make no mistake, what the President of the United States is doing right now is political redlining. And it is not lost to me that I am the only black governor in this country, and only the third elected black governor in the history of this nation. And Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and their allies in the states that he suggested are doing everything in their power to silence the voices and trying to eliminate black leadership, elected leadership, all over this country. So no, I will not sit quiet. And the audacity of those who are telling me to do so shows that they have no understanding of the journey of so many who came before us. We are watching a federal administration that is breaking the law to inflict harm on Americans. We are watching violations of basic tenets of the First and the Second Amendments while we're being gaslit by federal leadership. We are watching an administration disenfranchise Americans under the guise of making America great again, and they are now trying to make this pain permanent. So I know that history is not going to remember the Trump-Vance administration kindly. But to all those who kowtow, for all those who are trying to move the goalposts, for all those who are looking for all the reasons why we should not respond, instead of using your energy to find ways to respond, history will remember you worse. And I urge the passing of this bill.
Thank you very much, Governor. Are there any questions from the committee? Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few questions as soon as this kicks on. Good afternoon, Delegate Wilson, Governor. Page 40 of your bill says that there will be a constitutional amendment that will clarify that certain standards in the Maryland Constitution apply only to districts used to elect members of the General Assembly. What does that mean?
Basically, there was a non-binding ruling that came out some years ago with regards to the way Article 3, Section 4 was read. Now, when you read Article 3, Section 3, Section 5, Section 6, the term legislative districts is and always has been referring to the General Assembly. And in fact, the confusion even stems back to 1972 when we had our last constitutional Congress. And at that time, I believe the judge that I'm talking about referred to that time as far as that should be, that Article 3, Section 4 should also include congressional districts. However, the ballot question in 1972 was only specifying the legislative districts, i.e. the General Assembly. Ergo, she inferred that our intent, because we didn't say not Congress, must have been Congress. However, to be clear, while we know that wasn't the intent of that legislature, we do know it was not the intent of the people, because the people, when they voted on that ballot question, said nothing about Congress, because the question said nothing about Congress. And I know the intent of that body was not to mislead the people, because it would have been an illegal ballot question. This is merely for purposes of clarity and continuity, because Article 3, Section 3, Section 5, and Section 6 refer to the legislative districts as only the General Assembly.
I appreciate that. I want to focus a little bit on what this actually means. So you would agree with me that your district and mine, our districts have to consist of adjoining territory, be compact in form, and due regard has to be given to natural boundaries and the boundaries of political subdivisions for the way everyone sitting here gets elected. But your bill wants to say that doesn't apply for congressional representation in this state. Those standards that apply to us, they don't apply to this map because they'd be thrown out. This map would be thrown out, most likely in a court of law, if we applied those standards, correct?
Number one, no. And let me hit your first question. No, I'm not saying that they shouldn't apply. I'm saying that they don't, and we're clarifying. And again, to be very clear, in 1967, when we were under federal mandate to fix our election system, there was a ballot question that included both the General Assembly and congressional maps, and that was voted down by the populace. And we are merely representatives of the people. And the people voted that down in 1967. But in 1970 and 1972, when we had ballot questions concerning redistricting, it specified only the General Assembly, and the people voted for that. We are voices of the people. If there was some confusion, we want to make sure that is clear. But
so I just want to be clear, you don't want those standards to apply to congressional districts.
Those standards do not apply.
And your bill would expressly say that. Not only would you just say, hey, as a student of the law, which I know you are, you don't think they apply today, very different than Judge Battaglia, former Maryland Supreme Court, U.S. Attorney, Chief of Staff to Barbara Mikulski. She's not from my party. She had a very different position 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago. But under your bill, not only would you say that you think they don't apply, but you would make sure that they not apply, because you would state that in this bill that those concepts, compactness, contiguity, communities that have natural boundaries, that doesn't matter anymore for congressional districting in Maryland under this bill, correct?
And I'll say, to be very clearly, until the people say otherwise, it does not apply.
Why do you need to put it in the bill then?
For clarification, because to be very clear, the people had a chance to make it apply in 67, and they said no. And in 1970 and again in 72, and no matter how powerful we may think we are not supposed to override the will of the people.
Okay. I only have two other quick questions, and I think by the tenor of both of your remarks, I think I know the answer to this. These maps are clearly driven for a purely partisan purpose. No one talked about uniting communities of interest. No one talked about fairness. I think the word was used. Everyone talked about Donald Trump. Everyone talked about the House of Representatives. Did the commission utilize things like partisan value index or specific numbers as to party registration and how party registration would play out? Are those D+5, D+10? Did you use those numbers and discuss them when you made the map?
Number one, we did not, because that's not what the commission was set for. But to be very clear, the Court of Appeals has already rejected a mathematical test for compactness. So if that's something, and they even said, if that's something that the Maryland General Assembly wishes to add, we can do so. So it's not even applicable.
So you guys didn't take into effect what the practical impact of the votes would be, whether a Democrat or Republican would be more likely to win based upon statistical data when you made these maps. You're saying that no one discussed that, no one provided that information, and not a single member of that commission during the process.
Well, I'll be very clear, and I think you know this. The reason we're not doctors is because we're not good at math. So
That's why I went to law school, so we could avoid math.
That's why we both went to law school. So make no mistake, that was never discussed as far as any mathematical equation, nor was it accepted by the courts.
My last question for you, the precinct data that you used, when was that pulled from? Because you testified before, and you're absolutely right, the concept map that was passed a couple weeks ago would have been prima facie unconstitutional because of the population variations between the districts. So you had to go back for the purposes of this bill and resort the precincts. What year, what month, what time did you use the precinct data to come up with this map to make sure that it's correct now?
Once this bill was presented as a bill and was again, had to be zeroed out, that was done by DLS. There was no, to my knowledge, because I did not decide how to zero it out.
So we're not sure if it's precinct data for 2026 or if it's precinct data back from 2022 when the last maps were drawn. That's an open question.
It's an open question.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Delegate Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Buckles inspired me. I might have a couple questions here as well. So 1968 and 1970, you said Marylanders had a chance to vote
67, 70, and 72, yes.
And your bill gives them another chance to vote on it.
That's
doesn't it?
correct.
So Marylanders will ultimately be able to decide
That's
what
correct.
map we use. Great. Governor, you know, a lot has been said to me as I've talked about this over the last few days. You know, one vote. How important is one vote in Congress? That's what we're talking about, one vote. I did note recently there was a War Powers Act in Congress that failed by one vote. So I want to give you a chance to respond. How important is one vote to protecting our democracy?
Well, I think there are instances like the War Powers Act that one vote does determine which way it goes. But I think it also just goes and it asks the other fundamental question of how important is democracy? Like the whole idea of democracy is that every vote matters. Every vote should count. And so the only thing that we're asking throughout this entire process is let's actually have something that is informed by Marylanders, that Marylanders have had the past 2 months to be able to make their voices heard, unlike, frankly, what you're seeing in other parts of the country where they're literally doing this thing in a back room with a Sharpie pen, where we've actually said, let's actually invite the input of the people of our state to be able to determine what the future of their democracy looks like. So, you know, I think that it's an important question of what's the value of one vote. And I think the answer to that is actually a question of what's the value of democracy.
I agree.
If I could chime in, I just want to say that for anybody here who's ever served, you know this. Every soldier on the battlefield counts. Every single one can make the difference. Each one of us, our votes can make a difference. So it is very important. Even one vote counts.
I agree. And last question, Madam Chair, if that's okay. You know, I know that there had been a bill on national redistricting reform in Congress. And I know every single Democrat in Congress voted for that. I certainly support that. Governor, would you support national redistricting reform?
I absolutely would. I think that this is a bigger conversation that Congress should be taking up. It's my hope that at some point Congress will take it up. But at this point, if we are having individual states that are being selected by the president to go through mid-decade redistricting, then I think it would be derelict for Maryland just simply to sit on our hands. The hope and the aspiration is one day we will have Congress take this up. And I know that, you know, for example, Congressman Harris, when it was proposed, he voted against it. But I do think at some point I would love for Congress to be able to say this is a national issue, so we need to take a national scope on it.
Well, I would invite Congressman Harris to get on board with every Democrat in Congress. With him and his Freedom Caucus, we could put this issue to bed once and for good.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Governor, I understand that you have other business to conduct today, that this is not your only gig for the day. So I want to thank you very much for being here and for testifying. And I know the governor has to leave, but we will continue the questions with the sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so
Vice
much.
Chair. Thank you, everyone.
I guess I can take the middle seat now.
Delegate Pepe.
Well, I'm not used to witnesses being dismissed in the middle of a hearing, but that's okay. So Delegate Wilson, question for you, and I heard this was brought up by you or possibly the governor. You said that this is in direct response to what's happening in Texas, Missouri, and the Carolinas. So can you tell me what is happening in Texas, Missouri, and the Carolinas?
They're doing mid-cycle redistricting.
Okay, and what don't you like about that?
Well, as per our amendment, it's, I don't believe anybody sitting here really enjoys it. So there is no which say what I like about it. What I will say is, in Texas, for example, what they've done is they have extinguished at least 5 Democratic seats. Well, I think it's going to pan out much different. But their goal, as Donald Trump said, is he deserves 5 more seats, ergo Republicans, in the House. And so they went ahead and redistrict mid-cycle to get rid of 5 Democrat seats.
Okay. So the governor, before he left, said that they were doing it to gain more seats. Would you say that's a fair depiction of what's happening in those states?
Yes.
So is that why you put in this bill, to gain another seat in Maryland?
Well, as you well know, as an attorney, that political processes can be considered. Political goals can be considered. There's no factors subordinated. So that is not the only rationale. That's not a rationale. And in fact, the way the maps are now, they make it even more competitive. And it forces whoever's elected to go into, I would consider it, uncomfortable territory, because at the end of the day, 5 of the 8 districts capture less Democratic votes than they do now. And so there is an argument, and we know this because we've elected Republican governors in my time, that it is no guarantee that just because the maps have been changed, that they will be Democrat seats.
Okay. Do you know how many Republican congressmen we had in 2002?
I was in law school, no.
4. Do you know how many we had in 2012?
No.
2.
Okay.
Do you know how many we had in 2022? 1.
With 1.
And is the goal of this bill to make it 8-0?
No. Again, there are always political concerns when you're redrafting a bill, and there may be some hope that somehow we can be successful, but that's not the only goal. Again, bringing the communities together, drawing what we would consider a much more, as I explained, the way the map is drawn, bringing these like communities together was also a very important goal.
All right. Madam Chair, for my final question, this just goes to the process of the committee or the commission. You know, I read in the paper several comments from the Senate president. You know, in one particular comment, he was shocked that there was a hearing and a vote. So my question is very direct, and it's, did any of the members have any ex parte meetings or discussions outside of the public view for the vote on that redistricting commission?
I'm not that engaged, no. I mean, well, I'll say this. I can speak for myself, and the answer is no, because there's really no rationale to go beyond it. And again, whatever I've said in any meetings or any voting sessions, I think they're trying to stick with their tradition of not having the voting sessions be public. I don't know the rationale because I didn't make the decision, but there's nothing I haven't said in any of those closed meetings that I wouldn't say publicly.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
see. Delegate Riley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you for being here, Delegate Wilson. I appreciate it. And it was very interesting hearing your testimony and also from Governor Moore. I had a question that kind of at the beginning of the bill and kind of at the end of the bill. Could you explain to me how this particular bill qualifies as an emergency measure pursuant to the being necessary for the imminent preservation of public health or safety?
I think this weekend might have answered that question, should have. But I believe what's going on in this country in the erosion of democracy, for any gun owner here, hey, I'm nervous for you too, because, at this point, we're being told that they can just knock and ask you if you have papers. I don't know if any of you carry your passports, because I don't. And I do know that while right now they're targeting individuals that may, be of color, there are a lot of people here, a lot of European countries that also may be here illegally. So I think everybody is at risk. And I think the fact that they're now making it clear that they can violate your Fourth Amendment rights by just knocking and asking, which is very reminiscent of the slave catchers, that they're going to see who's there. And at some point, it does become a national emergency. If you look at, we almost went to war with NATO because there is no checks and balances and there's nobody to stand up. Even the way that, and again, I'm not sure how people think, but what you've seen, the way, the lack of humanity, it's being attributed to this country by the way we handle individuals that may be undocumented, that may be part of the system. So I could not see a more emergent situation in my life. The fact that they have taken down the bust of Martin Luther King in the White House, the fact that they have made it very clear that my daughters don't need to learn about African-American contributions in World War II veterans. They even went so far as to go to, I think, the Netherlands, and out of 12 of the plaques, they took 2 plaques down. The only 2 they talked about, this is where 8,300 soldiers were resting, fighting the Nazis. There are only 2 plaques there talking about African-American contribution, and they took those down. So for me, it is an emergency.
Okay, I heard what you had to say. So to me, with that answer, I think you just verified Delegate Pippi's answer that yes, your idea for this particular bill is to make it 8-0 because it's all about politics. Second question would be, if that's okay.
Please refrain from arguing with the witness.
Thank you. Well, he kind of refused the answer, but that answer kind of explained.
Well, I did think I tried to my best to answer.
I know.
Delegate Riley, please.
Yes, sorry, Madam Chair. Second question has to do with the fiscal note. We know the situation that we're in currently with our budget. It's been, it started with the deficit 3 years in a row now. And the fiscal note says that it will be significantly affected onto our local jurisdictions. For several years now, again, we keep passing, unfunded mandates onto our local jurisdictions. I see this as another one for year 2026, 2027. Was this actually the cost of implementing this bill? Was that discussed in the commission at all? Or is there any, funds that will be going that way? Or is it just something that, again, the taxpayer's going to foot the bill for?
Well, again, so number one, no, the cost was never brought up. There was never a discussion. And I think that I don't want to keep going over it, but it's, what's your democracy worth? And that's how you have to balance it out. If you're all right with where things are going, I could see that maybe this wouldn't be a worthy investment but for the majority of the folks that do, I think it is a worthy investment.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
I get up and actually point at that map, if I may, because this is the reason why we're truly here, if I could. Well, I'll go ahead and point and try to do my best to explain. I know I have to be on the mic, actually.
Delegate, I think you need to stay there because the camera
Sure.
focuses on
No,
you
that makes sense.
speaking.
That makes sense. So I'll go ahead and explain. Okay. Yeah, there, well.
That's fine.
You can't really say it. I'll just do my best to explain. So most of the testimony that I've heard today as to why we need to pass this bill has more to do with the decisions that are being made in Washington right now. But what we're actually doing in essence is we're just changing the map. And so my question is, so the part of Cecil County and Harford County now, that will become in District 3, now it's in District 1. How by moving Cecil and Harford County into Howard County, how is that going to resolve all these issues that we have with President Trump right now?
I guess I don't understand your question.
Well, here, let me rephrase my question. So the reason why we're passing this bill is because we don't like what's going on in Washington, D.C. We've said that crystal clear. We made that crystal clear. All the reasons that you had stated, most of it's criminal justice stuff, most of it has to do with his reaction to immigration, the riots that are going on in different parts of the country. We don't like all these things that are happening, so we have to change our maps. And we have to pass this bill that's going to change the map. That's essentially what we're doing. We're just changing the districting maps. How is taking people from, or changing the maps and taking folks out of Hartford and Cecil and putting those votes into Howard County, how is that going to affect the change that you're looking for as far as national policy?
So I think what it does is it now, as I've said earlier, because it makes the maps more competitive. So whether it's an R or a D that is going to be representing those districts, or that district, they now have to go into what I would consider other areas. And they need to be, they need to answer to just more than a narrow group of thought process people, a group of people with a narrow thought process. They have to expound, and they're now accountable to more people of a varied trains of thought.
Only in District 1, though. We're only doing it in District 1. We're not, we're keeping, you even said in Baltimore City, you're keeping those folks intact. Southern Maryland's generally intact. Western Maryland grows a little bit more into Montgomery County, but the real changes is District 1. We're not doing it anywhere else in the state except for District 1, so.
Obviously, as you know, everything has to change. District 1, District 4 changes quite a bit. As far as who's moving where, I think.
District 4, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
And so there are multiple changes. Nothing really is staying the same. In fact, even in the Baltimore City, because now those 3 members are going to have to not only deal with the, Baltimore County and those areas, they have to come into the city to talk about their problems too. So it's going to make them more engaged into Maryland as a whole, because it doesn't just bifurcate it. It's not just party. It's different experiences, different livelihoods, the way different people live.
So we're doing this so we can challenge our legislators? Is that what you're saying? And we're not doing it because of federal policy right now? We're not doing it because we're disagreeing with the senator from Maryland who represents District 1? Is that what you're saying? So I'm confused about your testimony is what I'm saying. I don't understand the purpose of passing this bill.
They're not mutually exclusive. So number one, because the Supreme Court makes it very clear under Rucho that the Constitution gives us the right to do this. Our Maryland Constitution is staying silent on congressional redistricting. And yes, the hope is whoever gets in that district will be answering to more than just, like say, District 1. They're going to have to go into moderate areas, possibly even Democrat areas, and be answering to them as well, which brings them back to Maryland as a whole. Because this is not guaranteeing that you're going to get 8 progressives or 7 Democrats or 8 Democrats. What it's guaranteeing is, and so for some of these areas that have been now spread out, that whoever wins that is now answerable to a larger populace, a more broader thinking populace.
Well, we know that's what's going to happen. I mean, if you're going to sit there and say that you don't know that, it was R plus 10 and 1 before, now it's not. If you're going to stand here to say that today, you're a lot smarter than that, Delegate Wilson. I'll give you a
level. To be very clear,
Excuse me, Delegate. Do not argue with the witness, please.
And to explain, I did not say R's and D's.
This is impacting my district by a lot, Madam Chair.
That's fine, but I did not say R's and D's. I said whoever won is going to have to answer to more, let's say it's a D. Well, they're going to have to answer to a lot more Republicans now.
Sure. All right, so moving to something that's completely different. So part of this bill right now very explicitly says that communities of interest and commonality within communities isn't something that we are necessarily going to consider, or we don't have to consider anymore, right? But you also said in your testimony that this does that anyhow. Just looking at the maps, though, I'm not sure that it really does. I mean, I represent probably almost 2/3 of Cecil County now. They're more common with the Eastern Shore than they are Baltimore County or Baltimore City and Northern Howard County. And I will also say, I don't live in Columbia, Maryland, but I can't imagine that they're more common, they have more in common to Salisbury or Denton or Greensboro or Chestertown than Chesapeake City does. So can you tell me if it's a priority for neighborhoods? How did, based on, I guess, the input that you guys received from all of these community hearings that most people didn't know about, I can't imagine that the folk, did the people in Cecil County say that they wanted to be grouped together with Carroll County? Or did the people in Columbia say that they wanted to be grouped with the Eastern Shore? I mean, how did you guys arrive at that? I mean, can you tell me about the outreach, the outreach process that you guys went through to be able to arrive at this? Because I can tell you by just looking at that and knowing what I know about the folks back home, there is very little commonality and interest between these communities at all.
And which communities again were you talking about, sir?
I'm talking about the biggest change to this map. I'm talking about how we're moving folks in District 1 off the Eastern Shore, and we're moving it over to Columbia, Howard County.
And you're saying that you don't believe that they have anything in common?
And they have absolutely nothing in common. And I can't imagine that the public input gave you that information to be able to make that change.
And as I said, I explained during my original talking points what we were focused on as far as areas, district, like, the tech corridors, Highway 32, 32. Not every single person with everything in common is going to be grouped together. We focused on major areas, the major things that we could do.
We have no tech corridors on the Eastern Shore. I get it. I get it. All right, that's my final question, Madam Chair. I don't want to feel like I'm interrogating, but these are points that if I didn't make these, and I didn't ask these questions, and I go back home, they're going to say, well, what are we sending you over to Annapolis for? So, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Szeliga.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. So you said that you're not good at math. I'm going to help you out here a little bit. Of the 532 people who signed up to testify on your congressional map, 404 registered no votes, unfavorable. That means 76% of the people that weighed in are opposed and 24% are in favor. Additionally, I tuned in to all of your virtual commission hearings where I'll point out not one single person was seen in person, which discriminates against people who don't have rural broadband and people who cannot tune into a Zoom meeting, but the majority of that testimony when taken in whole was also opposed. You continue to use the word fair, but my 5th grade granddaughter could look at the map we have today and that map and know it's not fair. I want to point out that authoritarian regimes and systems eliminate their political competition instead of persuading voters. This map, you've said, has been widely reported, and your rhetoric here today is talking about eliminating Maryland's last Republican seat in Congress, which essentially silences the voice of millions of people. So I'd like to ask you, how can you ask us to trust democracy when you're taking it so lightly?
Definitely not taking it lightly, so I do, I'm not going to own that aspersion that you cast, but I hit like 5, 6 things. I'm trying to go, the first one was access.
Access to your commission hearings,
yes,
correct?
Because I guess just from my own understanding in the way is almost everybody has a cell phone. In fact, a lot of people testified from cell phone. Even if they don't have rural broadband, they do have cell phone coverage, therefore, versus trying to pack 200 people, if we're lucky, into a room. And actually doing the Zoom, as we've found out in this House, gives more people who wouldn't have the opportunity to drive anywhere, depending on where we put them, because there's no way we'd be able to satisfy, to your point, unless we met in every town and every city. We knew we couldn't do that. So the best way that we thought to do it was to allow everybody to at least log on by phone, because I live in Southern Maryland. Not everybody has rural broadband, but they do have a cell phone. And to log in and say their piece. So far as access, I believe that meeting in person definitely limits, and we've expanded in this House for just that reason, to make sure more people can participate. I don't remember your second point. Your third point was about being fair. And I guess I'm trying to understand you say silencing the voices. So I haven't read your amicus brief in Texas, but I'm sure you oppose it there. Or,
Did Texas eliminate every Democrat, or do they still have 24% of their congressional delegation being Democrat?
that's down dramatically.
They did not eliminate every Democrat. They have not elected a statewide Democrat in Texas in decades, and they did not eliminate every Democrat voice in their congressional delegation.
So my question, my point remains the same. So you didn't oppose it there, clearly, and I guess you're not going to oppose it Florida, who's going to have to go against their own constitution to do it. So that's the thing about principles. Either they are or they aren't. So either you oppose it or you don't. It sounds like you oppose it. But to say what is fair, because every single Marylander has a right to vote for their congressman, that has not been extinguished. Now, I'd say that's not always been the case in Maryland in this country. But to be very clear, everyone still has a voice. Everyone can still vote. Being a Republican, number one, or a Democrat are choices. Some people sit at this table have voted Republican before. That doesn't make me a protected class or a class of people at all. So to say that people don't have a voice, that's like saying people in the Southern Maryland don't have a voice because they're represented by Steny Hoyer. No, they have a voice. He's just Democrat. And again, wherever you're going with that class thing, I don't agree. I don't think that most of us in this room are that far apart when it comes to a vast majority of our values. So to say that somehow we're extinguishing the voice of an entire people, because I know that Andy Harris does not represent the Republicans in Southern Maryland, but they still have a voice. So to be very clear, and I don't remember the authoritarianism. I find that almost comical with what we're facing now on a national stage. The fact that, and I will say this, that when we do this debate on the House floor, assuming it gets out of rules, I have the very real fear of being investigated by the DOJ. There's nothing more authoritarianism than that. There's nothing more authoritarianism than saying I can come knock on your door and ask for your papers. And if you're not supposed to be armed while coming to a protest, Kyle Rittenhauser was a hero, but this man is an assassin. There's nothing more authoritarian than firing people because they sent out a meme of Charlie Kirk, or having the FCC going after licenses because you don't like the way they make fun of you. For Christ's sake, you shut down PBS. I don't know if you're worried about authoritarianism, I would ask you to broaden your horizons because it's out there.
Well, I would say this bill is authoritarian, and I think eliminating every Republican voter and voice in this state is authoritarian, and you can use all the hyperbole you'd like.
Those are facts, not hyperbole.
I'd like to say that senior citizens who are not handy with the phone were absolutely disenfranchised by your commission meetings. My mom can drive. She's amazing. But
she doesn't have a phone.
She does, but asking her to figure out a Zoom call is something quite different. So I would just a couple additional questions for a potential lawsuit. Can you tell us, was the governor or his senior staff directly involved in reviewing, revising, or approving maps, the draft maps?
Nothing to my knowledge.
Okay, and were any partisan consultants, campaign operatives, or party officials involved formally or informally in drawing the maps?
I think that was Mr. Coons was the one who drew the maps.
That was my next question. Who drew the map?
His name is Coons.
Spell that.
K-U-N-Z.
And is he in DLS?
No.
Who is he? Who is he?
He's a citizen.
He's a
He was
what?
one of the maps presented. I stated earlier, these were maps presented by the public. This was the map that was adopted.
So
These weren't drafted by DLS.
But you said you took a conceptual map and then you had to draw
Because I
it.
think there were, in certain districts, it was like 1,000 people off, and that had to be zeroed out, otherwise it wouldn't be constitutional.
Okay, so who in DLS drew the map?
No idea.
No idea. Okay, we'll need to have that answered when it comes to the floor.
I don't think, we'll see.
What computer software mapping program was used to draw the map?
I'm not Mr. Coons, and I think you know that, so I wouldn't know that
Mr.
either.
Coons couldn't have drawn the map because,
Because what?
You took his map, and that's what we're looking at with all the census tracts and data?
Because at once, again, when we write a bill, We give it to DLS.
Okay, so-
They make sure it's constitutional.
Okay.
So the concept, i.e. the map that we voted on, is extraordinarily similar to that within 1,000 people in certain areas.
Okay, I've drawn some maps using, I think it's Tom's redistricting tool. So thank you. That's all. I'll let other people have an opportunity.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Kipke.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Earlier, Delegate, you made a statement that I'd like to ask you to clarify. You seem to indicate that you thought people on the Eastern Shore were narrow-minded.
Not at all.
That's sort of what you said, so I want to give you a chance to.
Did you say sorta, or did I say that?
It sounded like it to me, and a lot of people are.
Is that what I stated?
I believe so.
I said the people on the Eastern Shore were narrow-minded.
And so in the context of changing the districts so that they were broader-minded.
I'm sorry? I was talking about those that they elect. Couldn't be so narrow-minded. So no, the people I know on the Eastern Shore are wonderful people. I'm not casting aspersions on anyone, nor are they thinking that they're narrow-minded.
So can you help me better understand what you meant by broader-minded versus narrow-minded?
With the people that they elect are going to have to step outside of their comfort zone. If they're Republicans, they're going to have to go into Democratic areas and talk to them. If they're Democrats, they're going to have to go into Republican areas and talk to them because that's their constituency.
But one problem that we have under the current system, actually, before the gerrymandering before us, is this state has already been dramatically gerrymandered. And Republicans have a very difficult time recruiting candidates to run because they have zero chance. And this further exacerbates that. So I don't think that's exactly the case. My question for you is, how was the final map selected? And when it was selected, was it put forward to the public as this is the final map and invite the public to comment on it before final adoption? Or was there a process where a handful of maps were put forward for public comment and final adoption? Or did you just pick the one that you liked the best because it achieved your goals and adopted it?
You're looking at the public input. That's what today's for.
Yeah, but on the website, there's like, I don't know, a dozen maps that were put forward.
Okay.
Was the public at any point told, here's the top 3, provide us feedback?
No.
Okay. How was the final map determined? How was it narrowed down and selected?
I think each individual, and the hearings, especially the second hearing, really helped when individuals logged on and talked about which map that they wanted, and just listening to people's conversation. And I think everybody took their own personal interest in what they thought would be, best. And I think it came down fairly quickly, or easily, I should say.
Okay, and you're aware that all districts are virtually impossible for a Republican to have a competitive shot?
I would disagree, and especially knowing the voting in this state, I don't believe that's true at all. In fact, like I said, 5 of the 8 districts lose Democratic support and now have more Republicans.
And my last question is, this map looks very similar to the one that was struck down in court.
I don't know if you saw the one that was struck down in court then, because this looks nothing like that. In fact, that was like, I'd actually asked that one to be put up so you could see how dramatically different it was. But to be clear, go ahead, apologize. You were asking a question.
Yeah, so there are aspects to this map that are similar to the one that was struck down. Were any of Judge Battaglia's indicators, her causes for concern, considered in the deliberations regarding this map?
Personally, yes. Would you like me to expound?
Yes.
I actually wrote it down. So because I've read Judge Battaglia's ruling as well as many others, I think it was the Towles, Maryland Committee versus Towles, which drove the 1967 litigation. And basically, as I stated earlier, that in reading Judge Battaglia, I felt that her thought process in Article 3, Section 4 applying to Congress flies in the face of not only the intent of this body in 1967, 1970, and 1972, but it's in direct contradiction to the citizens of the state, because they made it very clear in 1967 that they did not want the same standard for congressional maps and legislative maps. And in 1970, again, because we're still under federal mandate to fix the system, they focused on what was considered the only broke system, which was our state maps. And the ballot question was very clear. It mentioned nothing about congressional maps. And we do not have the right, even if that was our intent in 1970, 1972, to mislead the public into voting for something that they didn't know about. It's an illegal ballot question. It was reviewed by drafted by the Secretary of State and reviewed by the Attorney General. So to the best of their knowledge, it was legal. So again, and I think you can, at least your side can appreciate judges being wrong. And I'm not going to call her a rogue judge, but I will say that I believe that she misapplied the standard, one, and two, that she didn't read all of the legislative history. Because if she would have seen that 1967, like I said, and 1970 and 1972, and also she reviewed it as a clause-bound document, because Article 3, Section 3 talks only about the General Assembly, and Section 5, when they say legislative districts, they mean General Assembly only. So she was very clause-bound in her interpretation, and 94 pages, anybody who's a lawyer in here, if you take 94 pages to get somewhere, it's because you're jumping through a lot of hoops to do so. So while I did take into account, and I read that, I've got 20 pages of just my breakdown, it was extraordinarily incorrect. And again, that's why I'll say it again, the Constitution, under Rucho, it made it very clear that not only do they think that that they're allowed to gerrymander politically, the Supreme Court went so far as to say that if it wasn't supposed to be political, they wouldn't have put it in the hands of politicians. So to be very clear, it said, while gerrymandering may be incompatible with democratic principles, such claims are not justicable in federal courts and only therefore in state courts. Then we go to your second question. And the second question revolves around Article 3, Section 4. And does that apply to congressional redistricting? Historically, it doesn't. And in fact, there have been a multitude of cases after the Zalega case in which the Court of Appeals made it very clear that Article 3, Section 4 only applies to Maryland General Assembly. But to answer your question even further, if she was indeed right, when we put forth our state maps, that's not a bill, is it? You've been here. It's not. But our federal maps are. The state maps, when they're appealed, where does that go? Directly to the Court of Appeals. But our federal maps don't. So even in practice, if we were using the same standard, apparently we've been doing it wrong for years. So historical context leads us to believe without a doubt that that was never meant to apply. So yes, I took everything into consideration when making this decision.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Wilson, I just wanted to go back to the question from Delegate Riley from earlier about why it's emergency legislation. I thought it was also true it was emergency legislation because the election's happening 150 days from now, and if it weren't, this would be taking effect on June 1st or July 1st or something like that. Is that correct?
That was probably the smarter answer, yes.
Okay. Just trying to help, thanks.
Madam Chair, I think Delegate Corman has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Delegate Wilson, population is pretty important when drawing these lines, the size of the districts.
Correct.
And that's why DLS and you made an adjustment to the map that was drawn by a private citizen?
Without a doubt.
Okay, so I heard some really compelling points from my colleague from the Eastern Shore about wanting to have communities of interest together. And it makes a lot of sense. The Eastern Shore is a different place. I think they have more in common with us and on the Western Shore than maybe my colleague sometimes wants to think. He even once admitted to me that he didn't hate mass transit as much as I like to pretend he did. But we have differences, so I think it makes sense that he wants the Eastern Shore to be the Eastern Shore. Do you know the last time the Eastern Shore from Cecil to Worcester had adequate population to sustain its own district?
feel like you're giving me an answer you already know. Would you like me to look it up? Or you just want to tell me?
Does 1962 and 1965 sound right?
It does.
So since then, no matter what, the Eastern Shore has had to connect with somewhere on the Western Shore. Is that right?
That's correct, because they didn't have adequate population.
Okay. So just as a matter of population, the Eastern Shore cannot just be an Eastern Shore district.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Delegate Wilson.
Just a minute, please. I'm going to go to the, one person at a time. Delegate Brandt, Bentley.
Madam Chair. Just a quick question, and I also have some questions about District 1. I just want to clarify for the record, are there millions of people living in District 1? As far as you know?
I don't believe so. Not,
I don't believe so
I think
either.
there's exactly 771,925 people living in District 1.
Exactly. Okay. So you said something that I thought was very poignant, and you said that on the issue about whether or not people would have a voice, and you said they will have a voice. They are just Democrat. The voice may very well be Democrat. Is that something you said?
Correct.
Right. Okay. So you also alluded to the fact that we have elected a Republican governor. And how many times did we do that?
3 times.
3 times.
In my lifetime. I don't know, Delegate Buckle may know more.
Remember, I'm younger than you.
So, in fact, it is not a determination as to where you live necessarily as to how you will vote. We cannot make that determination. Is that correct? Okay, and the last question is with respect to the voice again. I want to go back to the voice. We are having a public hearing today.
Correct.
And witnesses are able to testify in what manner?
They're going to do it be it video or in person, like always.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Now, Delegate Grist, your second bite at the apple.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I wasn't going to, but I was mentioning, my district was mentioning, you talked about a tech corridor on the Eastern Shore potentially, but there's not.
I didn't. I apologize.
Oh, you were probably referring to Columbia, I think, because
go.
they're in a, so my question is, do they have any chicken houses in Columbia?
Apologize?
They have chicken houses.
Chicken
They have
houses.
chicken houses in Columbia, yeah. There are lots of them on the Eastern Shore. I mean.
Do you mean people that have chickens at their
You guys don't
house?
know what chicken.
I apologize, yeah. We don't have many.
We have
probably
them
a
all
lot.
over the shore. No, but the answer is no, because I think the homeowners association won't allow for even probably one chicken in Columbia, to be
Right.
quite honest.
But I do know we have some in Southern Maryland.
But the point that I was making, Madam Chair, earlier is that there is absolutely no comparison between Howard County, northern Anne Arundel County, and the Eastern Shore, but there is a very strong comparison between the rest of Cecil County that will now be in District 3, Hartford County, and northern Baltimore County. That's the point that I was trying to make. You can pick up the difference. There's about 450,000 people in the Eastern Shore in the 9 counties, but you can pick it up in the current District 1, and those areas much more relate to where I live.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's the point that I was trying to make.
You've made
Thank
your
you.
point. Appreciate it very much. Delegate Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I appreciate the litigation heads up from my colleagues here. So I guess in that light, I guess I'm not sure I heard the provisions in the bill discussed much. So for the benefit of public explanation, can you explain the provisions relating to court jurisdiction that are in the bill and what they are intended to do?
Well, currently, unlike our legislative maps, our congressional maps are appealed to a circuit court. And for the purposes to expedite, any hearings, we're going to have them be able to appeal directly to the Supreme Court. So we're not slowing the process down.
Great. So that would get us a decision on our friend's litigation much sooner.
There you go.
Thanks.
Seeing no further questions. Oh, Delegate Pippy wants another bite at the apple as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this will be my final bite, so I
Thank you.
appreciate that. So the governor made this statement before he left without taking any questions. He said that he wants a map that is an accurate reflection of our state. So here's my question for you. Is it an accurate reflection of our state to have 0 Republicans representing the state of Maryland in our federal delegation?
Again, I don't know how many times I can say this. It actually makes for the districts more competitive. And I know Maryland, and
That wasn't my question.
so because your question becomes specious at some point because you're making an assumption that there's no way a Republican can win in these districts, and that's just not true. And so I can't answer the question the way you want me to, presuming that a Republican cannot win, that a moderate Republican or a moderate Democrat can't carry the same amount of votes.
So in a state where there's 2.2 million Democrats registered, there's 1 million Republican registered, I'm asking you, I'll ask you it again, and if you don't want to answer it, that's the answer.
I thought I did.
Is it a fair reflection of our state's population to have 0 out of the 10 federal representatives in our
There's
state?
7. I'm sorry, there are 8, not 10.
No, there's 10 total.
I apologize. So you're asking that, is it fair? And I'm saying,
Well, the governor,
That's
before
not
he
a
left, without taking questions, said, we need a fair, an accurate reflection of our state and our representatives.
yep, I heard him.
So my question again, for the 4th time, just a couple of attorneys talking here, is it an accurate reflection of our state's population to have 0 Republicans representing Maryland?
And I'm saying that's not a guaranteed outcome, so it's a specious question.
You and I both know
Okay.
it's a guaranteed outcome.
You've asked
Thank you.
that
Thank you,
four
Madam Chair.
four
Thank you.
times. That's applesauce now. It's not just bite at the apple. But I do want to add, thank you all. I think I do want to correct the record that the governor did take questions, took a number of questions from both Democrats and Republicans before he left. And he did answer them. So
One's a number.
he took one from each. He didn't take, each person asked about 4 or 5 questions. So we're going to move on now. We're moving on to the next phase. I think, Delegate, thank you very much for your testimony, and you're no longer on the hot seat. You can take your seat on the committee and start asking questions to the next witnesses if you choose. And with that, I'm going to move on to the next witness. That is the county executive of Prince George's County, my good friend, former delegate, Aisha Braveboy.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. Please excuse my voice. I've been dealing with and fighting snow for the past few days, so I do apologize for that. It's also great to be here in my former committee room, Economic Matters. So thank you all and the members of this esteemed committee for hearing my testimony today. I did want to point out there are a couple of other members from the Prince George's delegation, Delegate Barnes and Delegate Valderrama, who are also part of this committee, and it's always great to be with you as well. For the record, I'm Aisha Braveboy, County Executive for Prince George's County. And, you know, throughout my 8 years representing District 25 in the Maryland House of Delegates, I spent some time dealing with the question and issues around redistricting and had the pleasure of being part of the 2011 redistricting discussions. Prince George's County is home to 1 out of every 6 Marylanders. As part of the National Capital Region, we have one of the largest concentrations of federal workers, about 65,000. Our proximity to Capitol Hill and facilities such as the Census Bureau, NASA, Goddard, and Joint Base Andrews, amongst others, means the decisions you are making on federal redistricting will have an outsized impact on every one of our residents today and well into the future. The Supreme Court has given states wide latitude to make changes as they see appropriate when it comes to congressional districts. Texas, Missouri, and North Carolina have taken advantage of this precedent and have made mid-cycle changes to their electoral maps at the urging of the White House. Our governor has urged this body to also take a look mid-cycle at the legislative maps. So this is no different than what's occurring around this country. And as other states take advantage of this legal precedent, Maryland has an opportunity to do so as well. We should not stand idly by on the sidelines as other states make moves that could alter the state of our democracy. We should proudly stand with states like California, Virginia, and others who are pushing back and actively defending the Constitution, our democracy, and our rule of law. On behalf of the 1 million people of Prince George's County, I support the Commission's new map in this legislation. I also support the right of this body to deliberate mid-cycle to make a final decision. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Madam County Exec. Are there any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this point, we're going to go back to, we're going to go through all the witnesses who are here in person first, and then we will go to the people that are online. And so we're going to start with the favorables and then the unfavorables, and then we'll start over again with the virtual witnesses. So first one up is Willie Flowers from the NAACP of Howard County. Mr. Flowers, Mr. Flowers, sorry.
Good afternoon, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Very proud to be here to support the bill and certainly to support the governor's effort to try to balance things. I wanted to briefly, I heard a lot about history, and I kind of had to go through this with the governor in mind because, as many of you know, that President Lincoln, it was President Lincoln who outmaneuvered the Confederates of Maryland when he decided to make sure that Maryland stayed in the Union. This was a significant step, and I kind of compare what the governor is doing now, and it gave us the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. That's freedom, citizenship, and voting rights. And what we see now with the current administration is attacks on all that. And I think that it's fitting and very fitting to balance out these congressional districts to develop a way that the attacks on diversity, equity, inclusion, which has been made into a very negative trope, the steps that ICE has taken to destroy things. And I want to add that coming from Howard County, Maryland, we've seen this in different ways. I guess the defunding of diversity, equity, and inclusion has led to attacks on principals, and even in one case, a teacher who basically called a child a monkey and defended it by saying that it was a monkey in certain religions is a symbol of reverence. So the need for diversity, equity, inclusion should be reconfirmed. But because of the current administration, we don't have that. So the justice issues abound, and to move forward with this process is a step in the right direction.
Thank you very much. We have a 2-minute limit, so
yes,
thank you very much. Delegate Buckle has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, you said you're from Howard County?
Yes, Howard County.
How often do you travel to the Eastern Shore?
Very often. I was, so you know, I was the former state president of the NAACP, so I spent a lot of time throughout the state.
Okay, well, other than in those capacities, what connections do you believe that Howard County has to, say, Kent County or Queen Anne's County? So I understand you're part of a wonderful organization, no question about that. It has chapters in every county. But do you honestly believe that Howard County has a commonality of interest with Dorchester County or Kent County, very small counties on the Eastern Shore, hours away from you sometimes?
I would say yes. I would say yes.
What is it?
At several, I mean, I can count the ways, brother, because I have been very involved with Kent County. My niece attends Washington University.
College, okay.
College, I'm sorry. As in several of my capacities, I've supported efforts in Wicomico County, Dorchester County specifically. So in
connection with the NAACP?
In connection with my admiration for this state. I view Maryland as America in miniature for real. So I love the state, and I travel it very often.
So under that rationale, Howard County would have a connection to every county in the state, from Garrett all the way to Wacomico or Worcester?
I would say yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. We have Republicans in Columbia as well.
Are there any other questions for this witness? Delegate Grist.
Question. Would you support these maps knowing that there's probably about 500,000 people that feel very strongly that they're being disenfranchised?
I think that the answer to your question is I would support any map, because each time we do a redistricting map, somebody's going to be dissatisfied. And the balance of, I guess, a negotiation is to make sure that everybody's just as unsatisfied.
Yeah, that would make sense if it was Western Maryland to Ocean City. They were equally disenfranchised, but here an entire region together.
But I think, I mean, let me back up and say this, that when this came up, I understand your viewpoint, but it is the case, and I think Delegate Wilson reinforced this, that you got to run and get elected. So there's no promise that a Democrat will be elected in District 1.
Okay, are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Austin Prochaska from the Working Families Party.
Thank you very much, delegates and speaker. I'll be quick and efficient. I am a lifelong Marylander, a college student, a worker, and a member of Generation C. I've lived in Harford County most of my life, and I am here today to support Maryland's new redistricted congressional map. I speak as a young worker who wants a livable future, one with universal health care, affordable education, and real economic opportunity. In my 5 years working in Harford County, I've seen stagnant wages, limited job growth, and no serious plan for young people facing rising costs, automation, and debt. I have found more solutions and accountability within the Democratic Party than under the current Republican leadership representing this district. This is also about community and safety. I have felt more genuine community in Baltimore than in Harford County, despite years of rhetoric about isolating ourselves from blue areas. Maryland is strongest when we are connected, not divided. I also speak as a neurodivergent person on the autism spectrum. Representation is personal. When elected officials align with anti-vaccine movements and fear-based rhetoric, it signals exclusion rather than care. Feeling politically unprotected affects whether people feel safe or valued in their own state. I also want to be clear that I have felt safer in immigrant communities than seeing ICE operate in our streets, especially after what happened to Renee Good and Alex Pretty. Fear does not build safety, community does. That is why I support this new map. Redistricting ensures that young people, workers, immigrants, and neurodivergent individuals are not permanently locked out of representation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next is Crystal Peters. Crystal Peters in the room? Not here. Matt Heyman. Not here. Will Jawando from Montgomery County Council. Not here. Okay, that's the favorables that were supposedly here in the room, so we'll move on. And I want to thank everybody who stayed and came through this weather to be here today. We'll start with Daniel Creighton.
Thank you for having me. Daniel Creighton, Maryland citizen. And I thought what was really interesting from the interaction with the governor and Delegate Wilson was the fact that they were unapologetically clear that this is all about their concerns with the executive, not with anything
Excuse
involving.
me, I'm sorry, I made a mistake.
Okay.
They just pointed out to me that I missed a page.
Oh. You want me to stop or you want me to
As long as you're here,
get?
we'll let you finish, but then we'll go back to the favorites. I apologize.
Sounds good. Yeah, I thought it was really interesting that it's clear this all has to do with issues with the executive of the federal government. And from my perspective, Maryland voters, particularly Republicans who are being disenfranchised by this legislation, we're the tool being used to achieve those outcomes. And I don't discount some of the concerns that are happening with the federal government at all. And I don't like what happened in Texas personally. But this clearly will disenfranchise 1/3 of the state's voters, okay, the Republicans. That part is very, very clear. Delegate Wilson mentioned that, we can still vote. Well, that's great. Voting is one thing administratively, but if the conditions are set where your vote can't really do anything and doesn't really matter, does it really mean anything? Of course not. And these new maps clearly are meant to create conditions where there's going to be 8 Democrat congressional congresspersons from our state. I want to mention something else also, that Commission Chairperson Angela Alsobrooks said during part of the process, this is quote, "Our goal is to ensure our congressional delegation reflects the will of the people." Okay, and I don't see how you can disenfranchise 1/3 of the state and make that statement. It's completely incongruent. So I wanted to point that out to everybody and also mention that favoritism or being fair was also used by the governor many times throughout this process, and fairness doesn't seem to jive with the process that's happening right now. I think this should be stopped. I think this is bad for America, this whole process. I think it's certainly bad for Maryland, and I think we've got more important things to work on than this legislation and House Bill 488. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this witness? See none. Thank you very much. We're going to go back to, I'm sorry, Delegate Cullison. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today, sir, and I appreciated your testimony. I'm wondering what you think the role of checks and balances is between the executive branch and Congress, and whether or not that role is now being implemented.
Well, I think number one, the role of the Maryland state government is to look out for the Maryland citizens. And that's where I'm having a big disconnect with what's going on. Any conditions or any rules that are created where they're going to disenfranchise a sizable block of Maryland voters, for me, is a non-starter. I do understand the checks and balances that exist at those levels, but it's a state government. The state government is here to represent Maryland citizens first, and everything else comes after that.
So I certainly appreciate that, but so much of what the federal government does directly affects Marylanders. I think you would agree with that. Is that
I agree.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Yes, Delegate Kipke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for you, sir.
Sorry. You have another question?
Just a quick question for you. Recently, in discussions related to healthcare in Maryland, I know specifically me and Senator Hershey had to be asked 1,000 times by colleagues in the General Assembly to reach out to Andy Harris to get his help to support different aspects, whether it's rural healthcare funding or hospital funding through the current system. Do you have any concern as a Maryland taxpayer that eliminating all Republican representatives, the possibility for all representatives that are Republicans in Maryland, not keeping at least one district, which is naturally a Republican district, without having that voice, does that harm or potentially harm Maryland in the future as it relates to working with a Republican Congress?
Well, I think it would. At first, I thought you were going into a healthcare issue, and I was going to say I'm definitely not a healthcare expert, but No, of course not. I mean, if about 1/3 of the state votes as a block, generally Republican, not having representatives at the federal level to support those people obviously is disconnected.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for this witness? Okay. Seeing none, I'll revert back to the page that I missed. Go to Milan Von Dell. Thank you.
Okay, so I know all of you have heard approximately the same talking points quite a few times today. So I'm going to provide a bit of a different perspective. To introduce myself, I'm Milan Van Dam, and I'm a youth Democratic and community organizer based in Montgomery County. In discussions I've had with young people across the state, one thing is clear. They don't think their leaders are representing the will of the people. I'm sure many of you have heard calls for a new generation of leadership, but that's not about filling up seats with people our age. It's about filling up seats with people that know how to represent the people and fight on behalf of them. Republican states are actively redrawing congressional maps at the order of the president right now. In this moment, delay is nothing less than surrender. Surrender to masked agents threatening our immigrant communities, surrender to the administration that cut jobs for thousands of Marylanders, and surrender to the extremists in Congress eager to cut health care for our most vulnerable. Across Maryland, people are standing up, from protests to helping our immigrant neighbors know their rights. This is not just about one congressional seat, it's about whether in this crucial moment, the MGA will side with our communities or with those attacking us. The people of Maryland are strong. All I ask is for this body to be as well.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Delegate Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your eloquent and concise testimony. Do you believe that that there are independent voters who vote based on the issue and not based on party?
Yes, I do, especially in Maryland.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next is Amar Mukunda.
Thank you all for the opportunity to testify. Thank you for considering this important matter. I just want to level set. Gerrymandering is horrible. Gerrymandering of any kind is horrible. I think we can all agree with that. It's not that complicated to say it. We have had Republicans on this committee today say that Texas's gerrymandering is okay because they didn't get rid of every single Democrat. That's rationalizing something that is not acceptable. This legislation empowers Maryland to begin fighting back against gerrymandering nationwide. If we lay down and let Republicans go through with mid-cycle redistricting without fighting back, where does that lead? That leads to more and more partisan gerrymandering without us doing anything to stop it. I believe that we have to work together to end gerrymandering nationwide, and I actually believe that this bill is part of how we do that. So I would urge you all to vote for it. We had a Republican member say today that there are 500,000 Republicans on the Eastern Shore who are disenfranchised by this bill. That is patently untrue. There are at most 150,000 registered Republicans on the Eastern Shore. So let's stick with the facts. Let's not drift into hyperbole, and let's pass this legislation. It's very, very important that we do so for the fate of our democracy, for the fate of our immigrant communities, and for the fate of our state. The last thing I want to say is that if we really care about enfranchising people, which we should be taking on open primaries in our state. That would be a way to make sure everyone's vote counts, no matter how the districts are drawn. We should do that as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Delegate Shalega has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not say that Texas redistricting was fine and we you know, I don't appreciate your mischaracterization of what I said. But I would also like to point out that Texas has had a massive population increase and change. Maryland is losing population, and this kind of thing is only going to drive more and more people out of our state. So we are already one of the top gerrymandered states in the country. We had 4 Republicans in Congress not that long ago. Then we had 2. Now we have 1. So Maryland Democrats have masterfully gerrymandered this state. And, you know, this would be the final nail in the coffin, don't you think?
I actually agree that we should have more Republicans in Congress in Maryland. I think down the road in a few years, I hope we have 2, maybe even 3 Republican members. I don't actually think we should have all Democrats in this state. I don't believe that. And I hope that you're willing to speak out against what's happening in Texas. I haven't heard you do that yet.
Yeah, well, if you think that, then you should be opposed to this map.
Are you willing to speak out against what's happening in
Okay.
Texas?
This is not a discussion. This is just questions and answers. Thank you very much. Delegate Pippy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, are you going to testify on HB 482?
I haven't made a decision on that yet.
Okay. Are you aware what's in that bill?
Please enlighten me.
So that bill, which we're going to have a hearing on maybe at 10 p.m. tonight.
I don't know if I'm going to make that one.
But I'm just going to sum it up for you.
Please.
So there's a bill that was put in.
Excuse me, can you stick to the legislation before us, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
It's related,
I mean,
but
it's going to be a long night anyway, and we're going to get to that bill right after we're finished with this one. Okay?
in response to your statements, just to be clear, there's legislation that addressed every single one of your statements after this, and I hope you stick around to testify in favor of it, because you spent 10 minutes giving a statement about mid-cycle redistricting, partisan this, partisan that, and there's a bill following this that I hope you stick around for that should address all those concerns.
I was limited to 2 minutes, so I don't know how I spent 10 minutes on it. Thanks.
Any other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Alice Kane.
Hello. Chair Healy, Vice Chair Holmes, members of the committee, it's a pleasure to see you all. I'm Alice Kane, here in my personal capacity as a concerned citizen. If we want to prevent federal ICE agents from continuing to kidnap and murder our fellow Americans, as well as address other priorities like healthcare and the economy, then we need midterm elections where the national congressional map is fair. As of today, that map is not fair because under pressure from the White House, red states have already put their thumb on the scale. Blue states have been forced into a corner and have a choice. We can roll over, ignore this unprecedented power grab, and concede the midterms before a single vote is cast, or we can fight back. I'm here to urge you to fight back. One of the first bills I co-sponsored here was Delegate Malone's anti-gerrymandering bill. I abhor gerrymandering as much as anyone. But what I abhor more is having the White House run by a convicted felon who does not respect the rule of law and who continues to break his oath to the Constitution. The only path to oversight of the abuse of power from this administration and to rein in the dismantling of America's core institutions and values we as Democrats, Republicans, and independents all hold sacred, is to reassert checks and balances through the midterms. Free and fair elections are the cornerstone of our democracy. Right now, they are under threat. I know I'm not alone feeling heartbroken and furious over the senseless deaths of Keith Porter, Renee Good, and Alex Preddy at the hands of the federal government. The best way we can honor them and stand with the patriotic people of Minnesota is to do our part to level the playing field nationally and ensure that Americans have a fair national map in November. Only then will voters have an actual option of exercising our collective voices to replace current national leadership in Congress with a different set of leaders who are willing to operate as an equal branch of government as their oath to the Constitution requires. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this witness? Delegate Greist.
Thank you. As a former legislator and, from your opinion, from an outsider looking in this process, do you think this legislature is doing exactly what you're suggesting, that we gerrymander this process to make sure that we can elect someone potentially in District 1 who probably more aligns with what it is that you're trying to accomplish in regards to all those things that you were just talking about? Do you think that that's the intent of the legislature as we move forward with this?
The way I see it is unprecedented times require, not rolling over, and I want my kids to grow up in the country with the same rights and freedoms as I have, and unless blue states respond in kind the way Texas, North Carolina, Missouri, and other states have already done, that has taken what was the map and made it not a level playing field, unless some blue states, I'm an American first. I was grown up in Maryland. I've been here 50 plus years, but I'm an American first. And what's happening at the federal level is interfering with feeling free and safe and all these things that I've taken for granted my entire life as an American. And I do feel like this legislation helps to fix that.
And do you think that that's what this legislature is doing, to do just exactly what you're saying? Do you feel like that it's?
I think that's the intent. I don't know how the votes will go.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Kelly Bryan. Is Kelly Bryan here? Not here. Okay. Now we'll go back to the unfavorables. All right. Are there any more? I'm sorry. There's. Okay. I'll go back to the unfavorables. I'll go back to. And we talked. Lisa Lowe.
Lisa Lowe, constituent of Garrett County. 5,500 Marylanders sleep outside on any given night while taxpayers pay market rate rents of $2,000 a month for one individual's assisted housing, while 3 equally eligible individuals are left on their own in the cold. And our state's public housing authorities and continuums of care are in violation of federal and state laws to the great harm of the people they serve, vulnerable and low-income tenants. While our DHCD is aware and complicit, yet our state files lawsuits against the federal government for attempting to reform this broken and fraudulent system that our state leaders have failed to reform. Some of our hardworking Marylanders never received a COVID unemployment check, and our substance use disorder treatment systems have an abysmal track record. The U.S. is one of the highest rates of drug addiction in the world, and Maryland has historically been one of the most addicted states in the nation, and we're ranked the second to worst state in the nation to start a business. Marylanders are in crisis for many, many reasons. The root of these problems lies within our state, and yet our governor is focused on illegal gerrymandering as if the root of our state's problems is somehow caused by or will be fixed by whether we have a Democrat or Republican-led Congress. To focus on the federal government when our own Maryland systems are not held accountable for compliance with our own COMAR is simply a matter of wasted time and effort. At a time when Marylanders Maryland leaders should be looking inward. Our governor has instead shifted our focus externally, caught up in a skirmish that merely detracts our attention away from what should be Maryland's priorities. In conclusion, I'm discouraged by this commission's focus based on what other constituents feel the need to do in other states, rather than focus on what is critically needed at home. Thank
very
you.
much. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, Joyce Toll. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate all the committee members here. My name is Michael Dodd. I'm a retired physician. I've resided in Maryland my entire life. I trained at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, and I've been in practice in Maryland for 43 years. So I consider myself a dedicated Marylander. Today to oppose the passage of HB 488. There are approximately 2.2 million Democrat voters in Maryland, and there are approximately 1 million Republican voters in Maryland. Of the 8 congressional districts, 7 representatives are Democrats. 1 is a Republican, Congressman Andy Harris of the 1st District. This bill would carve up the 1st District to make it nearly impossible for Congressman Harris or any Republican to win an election in that district, thus removing the only Republican representative for Maryland Republican voters. Who would then represent the 1 million Republican voters? This is a fairness issue, and it violates the representative principle of our government. The earlier speakers today, Delegate Wilson acknowledged that this really was a political move to change votes in the House. All the sponsors of HB 488 are Democrats, not a single Republican. There is no public outcry for this bill. Congressman Harris is popular and has served his constituents well. He won 62% of the vote in the last election. This bill violates the geographic provision established by the Maryland Supreme Court to honor natural boundaries. The new 1st District will cross the Chesapeake Bay, and you can see that on the maps. Finally, Section 8, on page 40, line 2021, says this act is an emergency measure and is necessary for immediate preservation of the public health or safety. I do not understand that for the citizens of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. I'm sorry. Delegate Bagnall.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for your testimony. I just had one question. As a doctor, if you experience a whole system's failure, is it best practices or standard of care to address only one area of concern to allow the infection to spread in a part of the body because it is not under your specialty, or is it essential to use every tool in the system to ensure the full recovery of the whole person?
The latter comment is correct. You should utilize the whole system, but I don't think that's an appropriate metaphor for this political situation.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. This is the next witness is the last in person, Elizabeth Hopkinson.
I'm the last, so that's.
Welcome and thank you for coming and staying all this time.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm going to be short and sweet. I did have a whole written paper, but I oppose HB 488. This hearing really saddens me as a Marylander. 2 wrongs do not make a right. And we should be worried more about Maryland than retaliating against this president. That's it.
Any questions for this witness? Thank you very much. Okay, we're finished with the in-person portion. portion of our program. We are going to be moving to the virtual witnesses, and the Vice Chair is going to take over for a few minutes, so I'll see you soon.
Thank you all. And at this particular time, we're going to go next to our virtual witnesses. And I'm going to call upon several of the virtual witnesses so that you can align yourselves up with your computer systems and be ready to be called upon one by one. First, we're going to start with Kathleen Morgan. You're up.
Can you hear me?
I'll tell you what, since Kathleen Morgan is not here, I do see Mary Nelson. Where?
Oh, it's Mary's. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can't see her. Kathleen Morgan, are you there? Oh, yes, you are. You have 2 minutes, Ms. Morgan. Please begin.
Hi. I oppose HB 488. 4 years ago, SB 1012 established the current districts. It was passed by near unanimous Democrat majorities in the House and the Senate. Back then, Democrats argued those maps were fair, constitutional, and represented our communities. So what's changed? The only thing that's changed is Donald Trump is the president. The fact is, this process was never about fairness. Republicans are being left behind. In August, Majority Leader David Moon traveled to Texas and rightly called out the practice of redrawing maps outside the census cycle as an attempt to steal the midterm elections. Yet now, Governor Moore admitted he created the commission because Maryland would not sit on his hands. He is basically implying that he wants to rig Maryland's system. Delegate C.T. Wilson admitted today his legislative intent is to purely launch a retaliatory strike based on national politics alone. These statements are not about fair representation. They are admissions that the commission was established with a predetermined political outcome in mind. This redistricting effort is engaging in the exact kind of partisan viewpoint discrimination that our courts are supposed to prevent. That is why HB 488 seeks to delete those protections from the Constitution. Instead of drawing a fair map, the sponsors are trying to alter the Constitution to make their unfair map legal.
I guess the microphone would help. Thank you very much for your testimony. We have not been joined by Kathleen Sullivan or Brooke El-Amin. Therefore, we will go next to Mary Nelson. Mary Nelson, you are there. Please unmute yourself. Ms. Nelson? There you go.
Thank
They're
you.
very good.
Sorry about that. I am speaking today against HB 0488. I believe that the bill is politically driven, as is evidenced by the fact that it was quietly slipped in with no public in-person comment time originally set up, with no time for us to comment. It had a first reading on Thursday and was scheduled for committee 2 days later. Comment normally ends after this bill was scheduled for the committee hearing. Fortunately, I appreciate the fact that it was changed and we are allowed to talk. The state of Maryland is scheduled for redistricting in 2030. Maryland is predominantly Democrat, and it is purely unconstitutional gerrymandering to try to remove the one Republican district in the state halfway through the census redistricting cycle. It's also unconstitutional to remove to gerrymander to remove a specific legislator. So I'm asking that you please vote no for HB 0488. And when Governor Moore was speaking, he said that he wants to have all the people in Maryland heard. But things like slipping this in quietly, I had no notion that there were any hearings going on earlier, so I'm not sure how we were allowed to do it. But I don't believe that the current administration is really interested in the people. It's more interested in political and 2028 possibly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. And seeing no questions for Ms. Nelson, we're now going to go to Mr. Stephen Shapiro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm Steve Shapiro from District 16 in southern Montgomery County. I'm very much on the fence on what to do here. I filed a brief in the Supreme Court opposing Texas on what they did, but I understand national implications as well. If we go forward with a new map, it should be decisively 8-0. The map in HB 488 is not. I uploaded the census block data from the committee's website to DRA, Dave's redistricting app, which many or most of us who build and analyze maps use. DRA shows that District 3 would lean Republican by 1.47% based on voting history. There is no point to enact a new map now that would have a Republican or toss-up district. Also, the districts are not as compact as they can and should be. They can be both decisively Democratic and more compact. I suggested several maps to the GRAC with all districts being Democratic by 3 or 7% margins, and with all districts being compact except for the first district. The committee should either revise the proposed map to be more decisively Democratic and compact, to swap in one of the ones I've suggested under map 35, or one that others have suggested that are more decisive and compact, such as map number 2. Please take a few hours or days to do this rather than rushing the current map to the floor. One comment on racial composition of Baltimore area districts. It is hard to build decisively Democratic and compact districts around Baltimore if Black voters are packed in District 7 to make Black voters a majority there. Spreading out Democratic voters from Baltimore City among adjacent districts leaves Black voters as a majority of Democratic voters in all 3 districts. In our closed primary state, that leaves Black voters in a very influential position, even if not an outright majority. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the witness? Or why don't we wait till we hear all 6? And if there's somebody who has a question, we'll do that. Sharon Carrick, please.
Yes, hi. I speak to you today on behalf of the 1,300 members of the Maryland Federation of Republican Women. We strongly oppose House Bill 488 for the following reasons. First, the bill's Article 18 provisions of limited duration is equivalent to changing the rules in the 4th quarter after the 2-minute warning. Primary election filing deadline is exactly 1 month from today. Changing district lines this close to the filing deadline will create chaos for candidates and for our state and local boards of elections. Second, modifications to established congressional districts do not qualify as an emergency measure. Congressional districts as they currently exist do not present an imminent danger to public health or safety as required for the emergency designation. Third, the proposed map is clearly drawn for partisan advantage. The maps disregard all but the equal population provisions of Article 3, Section 4 of the Maryland Constitution, which also requires that each legislative district consist of adjoining territory and be compact in form with due regard given to natural boundaries and the boundaries of political subdivisions. The National Conference of State Legislatures defines gerrymander as a plan or a district intentionally drawn to advantage one group or party over another, sometimes identified by bizarre shapes. Proposed districts 1, 2, 3, and 7 definitely fit that definition. Proposed districts 4, 5, 6, and 8 are highly suspect. The late filing of this bill and the almost immediate scheduling of a hearing in the midst of a declared state of emergency suggests that the bill's sponsors are aware that these changes are unfair and ill-advised. Imagine what your life would be like right now if legislative maps were changed this late in the game. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have three people that are not in the waiting room but had signed up earlier. That was Brigida Mulligan, Paul Arcand, and Scott Weaver. The next person that is in the waiting room is Chuck Thompson, followed by Maria Picala and Christopher Cato.
This is Chuck Thompson. Am I up?
Chuck Thompson, please start.
All right, thank you. Dear Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members, my name is Chuck Thompson, and I live in Anne Arundel County, and I appreciate this opportunity to provide oral testimony for HB 488. The objective of redistricting should be to help representative government more perfect. Governments are instituted among men and derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. The ultimate purpose is to secure basic civil and political rights for all. So what evaluation criteria are being used to assess current imperfections of representative government in Maryland? What are the issues with the current districts? How will this redistricting plan address these issues? What new issues could arise from this redistricting plan? Where's the trade-off analysis? I've seen no analysis of how this redistricting plan improves our current representation. Rather, all the reporting is how this will entrench the ruling political party. In addition, it was stated during this hearing that gerrymandering may be incompatible with democratic principles. How is this acceptable? Groupthink leads to limited ideas and a sense of positive reinforcement detached from reality. It leads to tyranny of the majority and is an anathema to the founding principles of our country. Diversity of ideas is how society flourishes. Everyone brings their little piece of expertise to the table and increases the quality of thought behind deliberations. Where is the analysis addressing these and other questions so we the people can weigh in with our consent? Until then, I strongly oppose HB 488 and ask the committee to recommend an unfavorable report to the House chamber. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Maria Picala.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Maria Pekala. I'm a resident of Montgomery County, and I ask you to support HB 488. First, this map represents the will of Maryland citizens. It incorporates public feedback presented through the GRAC process. The people have spoken. Please listen. Second, it strengthens community representation, particularly for water-based communities, Baltimore City, the capital region where I live, and our major economic corridors. Third, and most crucial now, after we have seen what unchecked power has done in Minneapolis, it will maintain our ability as citizens, Democrats and Republicans, to have a say in our lives, and it will safeguard our republic, especially to those delegates in this House who have been so concerned about the Second Amendment. I say, think of what it means to have a government that guns citizens down in the street and then says, we did that because he had a gun. If we allow an autocratic government to do what it did in Minneapolis, there is no stopping it. We need to ensure Maryland elects people who are not afraid to cross the executive branch, but who look out for their constituents' real interess. And this map will help us do that. My parents, Maria Cercola, Michele Alongi, grew up in a fascist state. They rarely talked about their experiences, but when they did, it was what we're seeing today, right now, in the United States. Because of that, I chose a career in national security. I worked for the Office of the Secretary of Defense and set up seminars at NATO for former Warsaw Pact countries on what it means to have civilian and democratic control of the military. And let me tell you, we are losing this in the United States. It's time to act, be heroes, and pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Christopher Cato.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
SEIU Local 500's over 20,000 members strongly believe that fair, transparent, and accountable elections are foundational to a healthy democracy and to the ability of working people to have meaningful voice in the decisions that shape their lives. This bill is an important step towards restoring public trust in Maryland's redistricting process by creating a more independent, transparent, and inclusive approach to drawing legislative maps. For too long, redistricting has been received, right or wrong, as a process driven by political self-interest rather than by the needs of Maryland's communities. This perception erodes confidence in our democratic institutions and discourages civic engagement, particularly among working families and historically marginalized communities. Now, House Bill 488 is going to help address these concerns by prioritizing independence, clear standards, and public participation in the redistricting process. Now, states that are being run by partisan sycophants are not waiting to redistrict. Texas, Florida, Missouri, Ohio, and North Carolina have already moved forward with mid-decade redistricting. Florida alone is pursuing changes that will flip multiple additional seats in Congress and disenfranchise many protected minority groups. Nationally, the current occupant of the White House and his administration are seeking accountability at the ballot box by avoiding it altogether. And they're going to redistrict up to 19 seats across the nation. And while states like Maryland are going to fail to respond, Maryland cannot afford inaction. This does not preserve balance. And this is not an abstract political fight. This is a fight for our Constitution and the future of our nation. This bill strengthens transparency and public input, and when the public can see how maps are drawn and have real opportunities to participate, confidence in the outcome increases, even when political differences remain. A redistricting process that is open and understandable is essential to rebuilding trust in government and ensuring all voices are heard. Thank you to the Governor's Redistricting Advisory Commission for endeavoring to do this. SEIU Local 500 urges the General Assembly to continue leading by example and protecting democratic norms and institutions. Please urge a favorable report on this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you again. Okay, let's see where we are. Dave, okay, I'm sorry. We're going to take a break here. We have another person who showed up in person, and we're going to let him come next. So if we could ask Mr. Dingman to come forward and give his testimony, then we'll revert back to the online people. Thank you. Mr. Dingman? Oh, yeah, okay. Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Emmanuel Degman. I qualify to be an Eastern Shore member because I've lived there 10 years, and I first started when I moved to the Eastern Shore. I became a Gideon International Dorchester camp. I actually graduated from University of Maryland Eastern Shore campus, graduated with honors. I still am a member of the March Hope Rod and Gun Club, and I drive out to Fredericksburg once a month for my club meetings. Other than that, the rest of my 65 years of life is here in Baltimore, okay? So when it comes down to what does Howard or Columbia have with Salisbury, they are two completely different cultures. There's nothing similar between that, okay? Let me read off some of this. I'm unfavorable testimony against this bill. The so-called Fair District for Maryland Act is a legislative Trojan horse designed to centralize political power, suppress grassroots representation, and manipulate the electoral outcomes under the disguise of fairness. This bill represents a dangerous overreach that undermines constitutional principles of local governance, electoral transparency, and individual liberty. I have much more, but I can see the time's running out.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions
welcome.
for this witness? If not, I'm sorry. Sorry, could you clarify which bill it is you were speaking on? Which bill are you talking about? The one, the 488?
HB 0482, sorry.
Oh, okay, that's the other bill. Okay, thank you very much. We'll have that hearing right after this one. Okay, we're going to go back to the virtual. This is, we have a number of individuals here. We have James Mullen is not in the waiting room. Lisa Fuller, Hannah Wilson, David Mossberger, and Tracy Thompson are, and Francis Harvatine is not. So if we could have Lisa Fuller, Hannah Wilson, David Mossberger, and Tracy Thompson. And we'll start with Lisa Fuller. Please bear with us. Lisa Fuller is not there. Okay. Hannah Wilson? Did I miss somebody?
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead. I don't see you, but I do hear
Yeah,
you.
I tried to open up my camera just now, but it's saying I have to quit the Zoom call and go back into it to open up the camera.
Okay, well, just go ahead.
Okay.
Just identify yourself, please.
Yep. Good afternoon. My name is Hannah Wilson, and I'm a resident of Anne Arundel County, and today I'm speaking against House Bill 0488. Redistricting is one of the most consequential powers entrusted to this body, and it does more than shape electoral outcomes. It determines whether voters believe those outcomes are earned or engineered. This proposal pushes that power to its constitutional limit. When district lines are drawn to predetermine results rather than reflect compactness, continuity, and neutral criteria, courts have recognized that such maps can burden political association and dilute votes in ways that implicate both the First and 14th Amendment. An 8-0 congressional map is not unlawful by itself, but it provides clear evidence of a design that eliminates meaningful electoral competition and systematically disadvantages a politically identifiable group of voters, therefore going beyond the constitutional limit. Maryland's experience demonstrates the legal and financial risk of aggressive redistricting. Maps drawn chiefly for political gain are unlikely to survive judicial scrutiny, making the record we establish today critical for any future challenge. But the concern extends beyond litigation. A system that guarantees results before a single ballot is cast weakens accountability and erodes public confidence in representative government. The standards adopted today will govern future legislatures of every political composition. Choosing restraint now preserves legitimacy later. For these reasons, I respectfully urge this body to reject the proposed map and draw districts that treat all voters equally, ensuring that no district is engineered to guarantee predetermined outcomes. Representation should reflect the people, not a blueprint for one party to consolidate control.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, David Morsberger. You're on mute.
Hello, this is David Morsberger, lifetime Marylander, now residing in Davidsonville. Maryland always had the nickname the Free State and is now becoming the totalitarian state, the state with one-party rule. Nothing says one-party rule like removing all representation from the opposing party. In January 2026, the Democrats have 51% of the active voter registration. How does 51% justify 100% party rule when representing Maryland in Congress? I know there are many out there who say this is a reaction to what is happening in other states, but let's set the record straight. Maryland's congressional representation was 4-4 in 2003. They started significant gerrymandering then, resulting in a 6-2 split. The 2013 heavily gerrymandered maps gained national notoriety, become nicknamed the Broken Wing, Pterodactyl, and my favorite, Jerry Maryland. The result was a 7-0 split. That's 87.5% representation, significantly greater than 51.4. Now, we're going into a gerrymandered map that's going to result in an 8-0 split. Perhaps other states are just starting to follow Maryland's lead that started back in 2003. I am not naive. It is no secret that the party demands that members speak, walk, and vote in line while in public. And it's no secret that many in the party do not agree with the party's demand in private. And it's no secret that they know that they will be stripped of all power and will most likely be primaried if they deviate from the party demands. Let's be real. This is as stated all about DC politics and not about what Marylanders want in their different communities. So I ask, do you want on your watch Maryland to truly become the totalitarian state, the state with one party rule? It's time to exercise your civic duty and vote what you know is right. Vote no on HB 0488. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next is Tracy Thompson. Tracy Thompson? Not here, okay. We'll go on to the next group, which is, we have a number of people who have not, no longer in the waiting room. Anthony Rader, Amanda DeLeo, Peter Spalding are not there. Moving on to R. James Vaughn, Timothy Pine, Valerie Borick, Christiane Marguerite, Julie Quick. Mr. Vaughn, please start.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Healy, Vice Chair Holmes, members of the committee, and fellow Marylanders. My name is James Vaughn. I'm a resident of Ridgely in the 1st Congressional District of Maryland. Delegate C.T. Wilson, our esteemed governor, and other esteemed witnesses have highlighted the purpose of this redistrict effort with Bill HB 488 as a direct response to current presidential administration and other states' activities. The repeated phrase was, "This is for Maryland," but many have referred to issues outside of Maryland. In earlier testimony, it was asserted that opposition to the bill is by default an unacceptable opinion, but in the same breath mentions the value of democracy. I would like to think that all constituents' voices matter, and I wholeheartedly disagree with HB 488. It was also said that our Constitution within Maryland is silent on this issue. I wholeheartedly disagree. Article 1 of our Declaration of Rights states that the government that all government originates from the people. It's founded on compact only and instituted solely for the good of the whole. Manipulating districts with this present map for one-party dominance perverts this compact and serves narrow interests over the common good. Additionally, Article 7 affirms the right of the people to participate in the legislature is the best security of liberty and the foundation of all free government. For this purpose, elections ought to be free, frequent, and every citizen having qualifications prescribed by the Constitution ought to have the right of suffrage. Gerrymandering dilutes votes and predetermined outcomes denies meaningful participation with free election. I would encourage the committee to return an unfavorable report on HB 488, and I would encourage Maryland to show the entire nation what real leadership looks like. Now is not the time. And this is not what fair redistricting looks like. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next is Timothy Pine. Mr. Pine?
Hi, it's me. Madam Chair, Vice Chair Holm, thank you for hearing me today. So I'm a little disappointed at this map in that it does not 100% guarantee 8 Democratic seats. I am in support of HB 488 because it needs to happen now. I'm approaching this bill from the context of representation of this country on a federal level, which has been broken long before Donald Trump. We need to fix the rule of law in this country, and the only way to do that is to ensure our president's wishes for a one-party country do not come to fruition. I want gerrymandering eliminated and representation to be fair at the national level because I know Democrats will win the majority in all branches of the federal government. Eventually, this will shift policies of the right to more accurately enact policies desired by the majority of Americans. Democrats have been robbed of representation by the executive branch when the elected president is not elected by the popular vote nationwide, which has happened at least twice in the past. If roles were reversed and Republicans were robbed of their representation by a Democratic president, I would be on board temporarily allowing my representative to be a Democrat. If it were illegal for a sitting president to use their influence to gerrymander a state, I like to think we wouldn't be having this conversation. Maryland must compensate for Republican gerrymandering to maintain any semblance of democracy. We cannot change the rules to benefit ourselves, but when others change the rules, we can and must play that game. Maryland is doing this ethically. Personally, I do not want a one-party country, even if it were governed by the left. A one-party country will not benefit Republican Marylanders in the long run, even if their party is that one. These new maps strengthen representation for Marylanders who have been underserved by old district lines.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Next is Valerie Borek.
Okay. Hi, thank you for hearing me this afternoon. My name is Valerie Farrell, just got married this year. I'm from Cecil County. I agree with the statements made by opponents of this bill, but I won't reiterate in the interest of time. One of the constitutional concerns I have with this bill that I haven't yet heard is that it proposes an amendment and then it's saying 2 additions to the Maryland Constitution. I'm not really sure what the difference is between an amendment and an addition. The proposed constitutional amendment on page 40 has 3 separate clauses, 3 separate ideas, not just one. And when I read the Maryland Constitution in Article 14, it requires each amendment to be presented in a separate bill. That would make HB 488 on its face unconstitutional, just in that respect, in my analysis. There are many problems with this bill that we've heard about this evening. And the redistricting proposal process was also problematic. But first and foremost, we need to make sure that we're complying with Maryland's Constitution and separating out those issues into 3 separate bills so Marylanders have the appropriate avenue to be able to respond to them. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next is Christiane Marguerite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Christiane Marguerite, Maryland resident and member of Progressive Maryland. I'm in strong support of House Bill 488 because when working people don't get to have a real voice in Congress, there are serious consequences for us. Congressional maps determine who has the power to vote on critical issues like defunding ICE to stop terrorizing our communities. This legislation is critical to maintaining a strong Maryland delegation as a check on an increasingly hostile federal government. With Trump-aligned leaders threatening voting rights, civil rights, and our public services, Maryland needs a congressional delegation strong enough to push back, and redistricting directly impacts whether that check on power exists. The proposed map is the product of a lawful process of public testimony, transparency, and a true deliberate effort to adequately reflect us all. The poll data shows that 54% of Maryland voters support moving forward with this lawful congressional redistricting. Voters are asking for legislative action on passing this Coons map for now, 2026, and then keeping it through 2030 for clarity and stability. With the primary election right around the corner, this is action that we cannot afford to delay. So Maryland voters have made their voices clear, which is why I'm asking you to stand behind them and issue a favorable report. This is a defining moment for Maryland to lead with fairness, transparency, and with urgency. Anything less is a choice to surrender ground that we just cannot afford to lose. Thank you.
Right. Any questions? Thank you. Next is Julie Quick. Julie Quick here? There she is. You're on mute,
Okay,
Julie.
there. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chairman, Vice Chair Holmes, and members of the committee, I am Julie Quick. I live in Denton. Just in case you don't know where that is, it sounds like some of you might not. I am on the Eastern Shore of Maryland in Congressional District 1. Last week, the Maryland State House launched the House Rural Caucus with great fanfare. We have Caroline County's own delegate, Jeff Grice, as co-chair. We're so hopeful that Speaker Pena Milnick and that you, the leadership in the House, would truly move forward with us being defined by bipartisanship, civility, and that you would work to ensure all voices are heard and respected. But then this week, the Maryland State House turned around and introduced this bill that takes a sledgehammer to rural voting rights and works to disenfranchise Eastern Shore voters by erasing Congressional District 1 as currently designed, stretching our district all the way across the Bay Bridge and giving voters in Annapolis and Columbia the power to dilute our interests and replace them with their own. This is a slap in the face and makes the words of and the effort toward bipartisanship by Speaker Pena Milnick and all of the State House majority ring hollow. What gives you the right to disenfranchise us in this way? Our voices and concerns should be fairly and fully represented, yes, as Governor Moore said, but this does not do that. Governor Moore and Democrats in Annapolis, you are stealing our voice and our vote. Let's be clear. This is a partisan gerrymander of historic proportions. An extreme partisan gerrymander was attempted in 2022 and thrown out, as many of us have discussed here today. This hearing has been rife with hypocrisy. HB 488 will not pass constitutional muster. If you move ahead, as Moore said,
thank you for your testimony.
History will remember
Are there
you
any
worse.
questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Ollie Rock, Daniel Mackey, John Jocelyn, and Matthew Dellinger. Oh, there were a number of other people that are not here, which is Robin Williams and John Jocelyn, and the test. Okay, go ahead with Ollie Rock. I'm sorry, Lisa Fuller. Lisa Fuller, are you here? You're on mute.
Thank you for having me. I got thrown off last time. My name is Lisa Fuller, and I am living in District 8, but I will be changed to District 6 if this map is adopted. I've gone back and forth a few times. I am submitting testimony in support of HB 488. I'm the second vice president of the Women's Democratic Club and the founder of Indivisible MoCo Women. And as a member of Indivisible MoCo Women, I came together with other indivisibles across the state, represented by every county in our state. When we came together, we didn't know what commonalities we would have. We talked about states, counties on the Eastern Shore having chickens in their backyard, but that Howard County would not have chickens in their backyard. I don't have ski slopes in my backyard as Western Maryland does, but I will become part of the D6 community if this map is adopted. I feel that is a really important, that's really important that we come together as a state and recognize each other's differences. The proposed new map has many upgrades to the current map. It strengthens community representation, particularly for the water-based communities. As a member of the Maryland Coalition, the Eastern Shore delegation to our coalition was 100% in support of this new map. I respectfully urge this committee to return a favorable support. I believe that this country is in very, very bad danger. I cannot believe what is happening across our country. And I feel that it's coming to Maryland. I've heard it's coming very close to where I live. We must step up now to show that we may be small, but that we are very mighty. Please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Kate Sullivan, please.
Thank you. My name is Kate Sullivan. I am the director of Secure the Vote MD, an election watchdog group in Maryland. Recent polling indicates over 45% of Americans lack confidence in our elections. And stunts like this, redistricting, only serve to further erode voter confidence. HB 488 is nothing but a political stunt forced on us by Governor Moore for his own self-serving political ambitions. It is clearly designed to stretch, pull, and manipulate district lines for partisan advantage rather than to address legitimate demographic or constitutional concerns. Frankly, I can't believe the map supporters keep a straight face when arguing it's a fair map. It's hilarious. But I digress. Such gerrymandering erodes voter confidence and reinforces the perception that Annapolis prioritizes political games over the real problems facing Marylanders. At a time when families are concerned with affordability, jobs, and economic stability, this bill diverts attention and taxpayer resources toward unnecessary political maneuvering instead of kitchen table issues. Maryland was downgraded from Maryland's credit rating in 2025. We are the fifth worst state in the nation in terms of inspiring residents to retain residence. We have people leaving this state. Maryland is struggling. Lawmakers should focus their efforts on working to create a state where residents want to stay, not engaging in partisan redistricting fights. Marylanders expect results, not political stunts. Please oppose HB 488. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Seeing no questions, we will now go to Ali Rack.
Good evening. My name is Allie Rock, and I'm the Maryland State Director for the State Freedom Caucus Network. The State Freedom Caucus Network lobbies on behalf of all legislation that affects the liberty, safety, and prosperity of all Marylanders. You have my written testimony, so I will just say the following. The bill sponsor stated that this is a naked power grab, so I won't continue the pretense that there are any arguments that should be put forth using logic or reason, or even appealing to reasonableness. If the Maryland House of Delegates believes it is fair to disenfranchise the entire Eastern Shore to own Texas, my only statement is that there are still states with Republican-led legislatures yet to take up mid-cycle redistricting to retaliate, and we all could still lose this political arms race yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, we will next go to Daniel McRae.
In the competition for power, it is tempting to maneuver to gain for a structural advantage. If Republicans change the rules, who are we to fight with a hand behind our back, right? I'm here to beg you to see another path. The tightening grip of parties over their voters and gerrymandering are direct contributors to the division that we see today. It can be tempting to point to Texas and say, see what they've done, lest we forget that fewer than 50% of Americans live in states that are considering redistricting. Redistricting is wading into a battle that is not being fought by the majority of the nation's legislatures, nor its people. It is a choice to enter the fray. In Texas, reporting indicates that their gerrymander inadvertently created districts that are more favorable to Democrats. Thus, the notion that our map alone will determine the balance of power in the next Congress oversimplifies the political landscape, and greatly so. As much as this is an opportunity to counter Donald Trump and Greg Abbott, is it not also an opportunity to lead? In Indiana, a state with a similar population and gerrymandered districts in favor of the other party, their leaders have declined under immense political pressure to take the bait and redistrict. Can we not engage them on mutual reform to return power to the people of our two states and show America the way out of this mess? The American people want generational leadership. The moment requires it. But generational leadership does not wade into the muck with Greg Abbott. In the comments of the Baltimore Banner, people were saying that this would disenfranchise them. And those comments were receiving heaps of dislikes and replies, denigrating and negating our neighbors' right to be represented in their government. I know the opportunity you all see, but while you see that opportunity, you must also be reminded that your actions stoke real tensions and real animosity within the borders of our state between constituencies that must live alongside one another for Maryland to be successful. This effort contributes to this era's legacy of division. I ask that you oppose HB 488.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next person. That's Jocelyn.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is John Jocelyn. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself personally. What we're looking at is a power struggle between the parties. Where are we to end? The United States Constitution says we the people, not we the party. The Constitution of Maryland leads with we the people, not we the party of Maryland. Article 1 of the Maryland Constitution says that all government of right originates from the people, not the party. In Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, he wrote government of the people, by the people, and for the people. He did not write government of the party, by the party, for the party. This is a power struggle, plain and simple. Michelle Obama made reference to when they go low, we go high. Many people have been critical of what happened in other states because of the other party. Yet here in Maryland, our dominant party has chosen to do the very same thing. So if it was wrong in the other states, it's wrong here. This is disingenuous to blame the other side for doing what you plan to do, have done, or want to do in the future. I'm concerned about the future of this state. I did notice that a comment was made about the delegate Wilson has alluded to what happened in Minnesota, trying to reach out to gun owners, that we should be concerned because an agency of the federal government said that you should not have a firearm at a demonstration. This was somehow supposed to make us a little uneasy. In point of fact, Maryland Criminal Law Article 4-208 in Maryland prohibits a firearm on or about the person at a demonstration or in a vehicle within 1,000 feet of a demonstration. I do not understand the delegate's reference to that, since we already have such a situation here in Maryland. I'm not taking issue with the law. I'm simply stating that we already have it in Maryland, so we shouldn't then use it as the tool to attack the other party. We're strongly opposed to House Bill 488, and we do hope you will give it an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next person. There's something that's called a test from a spam address, and then there's Matthew Dellinger, please. Matthew?
Hi, I'm speaking for the bill. So it seems to me that in a federal election, all states should be playing by the same rules. In this Republican-led states like Texas, Missouri, North Carolina, and soon Florida have chosen the rules that they want to play by, and we need to play by the same rules. If they're going to make it maximum redistricting and winner take all, then we need to be maximum redistricting and winner take all, because that's the only way to preserve any sense of fairness when they're already setting the rules in their own states. Thank you.
Are you finished? Sorry. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Dellinger? Thank you. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next group. I'm going to read off all the names and then we'll start again. I've got Helen Kaiser is here. Daniel Collier is not. Maria Pecala is not. Terry Robel is. Mayor Jeffrey Slavin is here. And John Deirdre is here. Jeffrey Lovelace is not. Mark Stewart is not. Kathy Stogel is here. And Marcus Castro is not. So we'll go back to the beginning and call Helen Kaiser, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen Benesh Kaiser, and I reside in Hyattsville in Prince George's County. I would like to thank the chair and members of this committee for this opportunity to testify in favor of HB 488. Across the country, Republican-led states are aggressively redrawing congressional maps to entrench power and silence particular communities of voters. Unfortunately, Democratic-led states must respond in kind in order to protect our country from the ravages of a totalitarian Republican regime. Maryland has an important role to play in this national struggle started by President Trump and the MAGA Republicans. Maryland voters are not divided on this question. Majority support moving forward with new congressional maps. So there is a clear mandate for action by the Maryland legislature. The Governor's Redistricting Advisory Commission has conducted public hearings with testimony from communities across the state and has produced a redistricting map that reflects Maryland as it exists today. Now it is up to this committee and the General Assembly to determine that we redistrict using the proposed map. Why is the majority of Maryland voters calling for redistricting? We need only to look at the bigger national picture. We are fighting for our democracy against a totalitarian Republican regime. We need Democratic Party control of the US Congress to prevent more immigrants and citizens from being killed by a rogue agency of our government. Until the Republican Party can wrest itself of the control of the MAGA wing that is set to destroy the diversity of our country and indeed dismantle our critical governmental agencies, we need to have Democrats protect our national institutions and our international reputation. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of my indivisible chapter, Route 1 Corridor, and the Maryland chapter of Bend the Arc Jewish Action. As progressive organizations, we fight for protection of diversity. We believe in welcoming the stranger and that our safety is dependent on the safety of all communities.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we go to Terry Roble.
Hi, good afternoon. I would point out that Maria Pekala, who you said isn't there, she already testified. I heard her testify earlier. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm a retired Foreign Service officer and a resident of Montgomery County. And I believe redistricting at this moment has critical national implications that affect Marylanders. We're already feeling the consequences of a federal government that does not reflect the will of our voters. Many jobs have been lost and federal funding has been threatened or cut, leaving some communities without needed and anticipated support. I agree with the majority of Maryland voters that we should act now to respond effectively and in timely fashion to other states' negative efforts. As I understand it, the proposed map is a product of public input, transparency, and deliberate efforts to strengthen representation for communities whose voices had been diluted under previous maps. I hope that the new map will encourage different parties to run candidates for Congress who can appeal across party lines and to independent voters, as they have in governor races in the past and other races as well. While in the longer run, and ideally, I would prefer a more consistent process across the whole of our country to reflect changing demographics according to objective census data, that is not possible in the current climate. So I urge the General Assembly to move forward legislatively, pass the maps for 2026, 2028, and 2030 together, and provide Maryland voters with the certainty and representation we need now. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mayor Jeffrey Slavin from the town of Somerset.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Jeffrey Slavin. I am the longtime mayor of Somerset, Maryland in Montgomery County, former vice chair of the Maryland Democratic Party, and a current trustee of the party. I strongly support HB 0488. I hope that delegates will have the courage to pass this bill because it serves the best interests of the citizens of Maryland. That's good leadership. Making decisions to do what's right without being concerned about politically motivated legal challenges. That's good leadership. This good leadership was shown in the recent past with the passage of groundbreaking gun control legislation. Let's do it again. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the mayor? Thank you very much. Let me see. Next is John Deedy. I'm sorry, we're on another page. I'll read through the next few, so we'll see what we have ahead of us. John Deedy is here. Jeffrey Lovelace is not. Mark Stewart is not. Kathy Stogel is here. Marcus Castro is here. Is not. Also not here is Raylan Tozone, Richard Yancey, James Dennis, Adam Wood, and also Rome Young. And here we have also Jonathan Alexander, Ellen Hornstein. Not here, Brian Robertson and Patricia Scholar. And we'll go regroup in a minute. Okay, we'll go back to John Deedy, please. I hope I said your name correctly.
My name is John Deedy, professor of political science at the community colleges of Baltimore County. I voted for Wes Moore, Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, and I strongly disapprove of this bill. Political polarization and gerrymandering by state governments has led to this event today. In many ways, I feel this legislation is being pushed because of the actions in Texas and the actions by Governor Gavin Newsom of California, who's considering a presidential race in 2028. My mom once said that two wrongs don't make a right. And at one time, I thought this was a good idea. But as someone who teaches political science and is seeing the political polarization up close and personal in our society because of gerrymandering, we need to fix that problem in Washington instead of making the problem worse in Annapolis and in other state capitals. And today's polarization with gerrymandering of congressional districts, Richard Nixon would have never been removed from office because Republicans would have been more conservative and united in preventing his impeachment. Recently, there has been a push for voter ID laws. How about if Democrats contact their friends in Washington and propose an idea that I think would solve the problem? Add an amendment to the SAFE Act, and adding that amendment outlawing gerrymandering, but also add this little provision. If a presidential candidate gets 40% of the vote in a state, that party's losing candidate has to at least get 40% of the congressional districts, maybe even a third, but do it that way to balance things out. Maryland Democratic Senators Angela Alsobrooks and Chris Van Hollen could be leaders in this, and Steny Hoyer could finally have a major legislative accomplishment by doing this. This would force presidential candidates also to campaign in more than 7 states, focusing on other states and regions. This is a problem that needs to be fixed in Washington and not in state governments.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the professor? Thank you very much. Next, Kathy Stogel. You're on mute.
Hello, thank you for giving me this time. On behalf of the 1,500 plus members of Indivisible Howard County, I am speaking to you in support of HB 488. We are calling on you to support and move forward legislatively for the new congressional maps for 2026, 2028, and 2030. As has already been pointed out, Maryland voters have shown their support to move forward with congressional redistricting. We need swift, positive action to counter the redistricting in Republican-led states. As has been pointed out, if the Republicans have changed the rules, we should be able to move the rules along with them. We are not disenfranchising anybody because every district has people with common concerns. Maryland needs leaders who will protect our voice in Maryland and in Washington. We need to fight back against coordinated efforts to silence voters and undermine our democracy. The new redistricting map must be approved in order for us to retain political power to stop Trump's attacks on Maryland, federal workers, immigrants, and more, to uphold fairness, tolerance, inclusion, and democracy, and to strengthen community representation. We are urging the favorable report on HB 488. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, the next person here is Jonathan Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Alexander from the Maryland Family Institute in opposition to House Bill 488. Might I say, Madam Chair, thank you for pronouncing my French name the right way. That's it's not often done. But we are in opposition to HB 488, this mid-cycle congressional redistricting proposal. It's done in the middle of the decade. It's done to the middle of the map. It's done in a way that affects the middle of a current district with maps that seem to be done in the middle of the night. The only thing that's not middle about this proposal is that it gives a violent shove to the state and its constituents to a uni-party representation. As has been stated, it was not done because of a groundswell of individuals. It's not coming from the people of the state. In fact, it's the exact opposite. It's not done because there's an earnest need for a shift in representation. Elections determine that case. And even if we take the word of the sponsor that it doesn't guarantee the success of one party over another, that's not really what the point is. The point is that we are breaking up a principle that Maryland has long held close, and that Maryland remains separate from the overt impulses of DC interests. We have a separate home, a separate politics, one that favors Maryland. Also, history looks poorly at a decision like this. The playbook is one that history has condemned. Find a group of people that you don't like their vote. Pressure comes in from a big interest national party. Lean in on that group. If they don't break up themselves, then disband them of their own political power. And the effect is that you'll suit them into the larger whole with their efforts of representation permanently mitigated. That's the outcome of House Bill 488. I'm not here to defend a party. I'm not here to defend anything other than the simple idea that it is voters that should choose their representatives, not a bill, not a snowy day hearing, not the way that this is carried out. I urge an unfavorable report of House Bill.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, Ellen Hornstein.
Hello there, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm testifying today on behalf of Indivisible Montgomery with about 2,600 members and Third Act Maryland with approximately 700 members. And I'm testifying strongly in support of HB 488. I'm a lifelong Marylander. I grew up in Baltimore County. I currently reside in Montgomery County, and I recently retired from 35 years of federal service as an attorney. And I did that so I could continue to support the rule of law. It's clear now that that is impossible to do. In order to preserve democracy and the rule of law, we must win the midterms. This is an existential threat. The only way to do that is to preserve every possible seat. I don't support gerrymandering. That is possible to do. But I do preserve democracy and the rule of law. We must win. The only way to do that is to preserve every possible seat. I do, I was having an echo there, I'm sorry. I think it's critical to fight back against the states. I don't support gerrymandering, but we have to fight fire with fire. And at the rate things are going in Republican-controlled states, we won't be able to fight back. Litigation shouldn't stop us. It's absolutely defensible, this bill, under Maryland law and under the Supreme Court's recent decision. And we need to join California and Virginia in standing up for democracy and the rule of law. If we do that, we'll have an opportunity someday, I hope, to have national legislation that provides for nonpartisan commissions and prohibits gerrymandering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will move on to the next person, Zachary Frink.
Good evening. My name is Zach Frink, and I live in Harford County. I'm here to testify in support of HB 488 in a personal capacity. The selected map incorporates public feedback presented by advocates over the course of months through the GRAC process. The map pays thoughtful attention to Maryland's communities. This map strengthens community representation, especially for where I live in Hartford. Across the country, Republican-led states are redrawing congressional maps to entrench themselves in power. This is not speculation. It's already happening in 6 states. Republican-led states are doing this despite not having the voters or public support. All of this is happening at the request of President Trump. I would love to hear the Republicans on this committee or of anyone else opposed to this bill speak out against the gerrymandering that's happening in states like Missouri, North Carolina, or Texas. Democratic states like Maryland can't sit by while Republican-led states take these blatantly anti-democratic actions. Control for the U.S. House and Congress is going to be extremely close this midterm election. Every seat in the House counts. If Maryland can add 1 seat to fight against and prevent our democracy from further backsliding, we must do so. I strongly urge this committee and the rest of the Maryland General Assembly to enact these maps now. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Seeing no questions, we will go to the next person, Mr. Ben Vaughn.
Thank you. I'm Ben Vaughn. I support HB 488. I'm an attorney. I'm a former prosecutor in my 8th decade of life. I'm no radical leftist. I'm no socialist. I'm not a democratic socialist. I'm just a lifelong citizen of Maryland and this country, and I cherish democracy. Trump is destroying our democracy, and I don't think that's a point that can be seriously contested. Minneapolis is a city under siege right now. This is what Trump's version of martial law looks like. It's an infomercial of things to come so long as the GOP remains in control of the House and the Senate and provides Trump with unfettered power, which is exactly what they're doing. Now, Trump and the GOP started the battle of redistricting. They are positioned to pick up as many as 19 new seats in the House. If we don't fight back and we permit the GOP to retain control of both the House and the Senate, I am really afraid that we are going to forfeit any hope of saving American democracy. Now, I sympathize with those who have expressed concern that Maryland Republicans will be disenfranchised by redistricting. Now, I don't want to have to live in a world where anybody feels disenfranchised. That said, I have been entirely disenfranchised on the federal level by the Trump administration, the GOP leaders in the House and the Senate who serve as his rubber stamp. So long as the GOP retains control of the House and Senate, I will be forever disenfranchised, as will every other registered Democrat. And frankly, further, I will be demonized. That is the Trump way. We see it repeatedly over and over again. The GOP is endeavoring to perpetuate that control by any number of means, one of which is mid-census redistricting at the urging of Trump. I mean, this is how I see it. Our democracy is a house on fire. It's burning hot right before our horrified and terrified eyes. And we see it in real time on the streets of Minneapolis, etc. We cannot fail to turn on the fire hoses. We can't delay in turning on those fire hoses. If we do, we're going to watch the house burn to the ground, the house being democracy. To those who proclaim that 2 wrongs don't make a right, I say
thank you. Your time is up. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Thank you. Next is Laura Tilley. Laura Tilley, thank you.
Hi, I'm Laura Tilley, and I support HBO 488. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I understand that recent polling shows that 54% of Maryland voters support moving forward with the congressional redistricting. And the proposed map uses public feedback and pays attention to Maryland's communities while it strengthens community representation. Yet it's suggested that this bill might have a political bent. Note that Donald Trump called on Republican-led states to change their maps purely for political reasons. It is specious to suggest that Maryland should not respond to Donald Trump-led politically motivated map changes. So even if this map were completely politically motivated, it would be a valid response to actions by the president. Despite that, this map instead considered more issues, and I am happy about that. I live in Anne Arundel County, and years ago we were included in a district with parts of the Eastern Shore. So it's not shocking we would again be in the same district. Also, there is a suggestion that currently having fewer Maryland Republican Congress members than decades ago was a result of gerrymandering, but this means that it might well not be that. It might mean that fewer people are voting for Republicans. It was also suggested the city of Columbia might have some homeowner associations that don't allow chicken coops, but Columbia is too narrow a focus. Howard County is more than Columbia, and Howard County allows chicken coops. It also has some lovely rural areas. In addition, Anne Arundel County and Annapolis also allow chicken coops. Maryland voters have already weighed in through polling, testimony, and public engagement. Forcing a ballot on this would add confusion and delay urgently needed action. Also, ballot phrasing is often incomprehensible or suggests the opposite of what it really means.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry. Delegate Grice, go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate you waiting this long to testify, and the same can be said for everyone else who are in the queue. But the polling numbers that you guys were referring to, and I think it was the same number that's being used, so there are some consistencies there. Can you tell us what poll you're referring to? Because I'm looking at the UMBC poll that was done last month, and it polled 800 people, and it's saying that, and it asked Marylanders what their high priority items were, and it broke it down into 10 subjects, and the very last one was redrawing district lines, and 27%, that was their priority. So that's the only poll the most recent poll that I see. So I was curious as to which numbers you're referring to and how long ago that poll was taken.
If you're speaking to me, I had to turn off the way I was listening before on the YouTube.
I'm just asking where you're polling, what polling you're referencing, and there was some consistency. I think others were citing similar numbers, and I was curious as to where you.
I can't hear you. Is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, that's okay. We're okay. Sure, thank you.
Okay, the answer is never mind. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's see. Jean Montgomery Nguyen.
Hi, my name is Jean Montgomery. Can you hear me? Good. Okay. I'm a constituent of Olney, Maryland, and I am in strong favor of HB 488, redistricting and moving forward with the new map legislatively. My rationale is this. In 2020, Trump sought to overturn a free and fair election. He and GOP-led legislatures are seeking to do it again through mid-decade redistricting. The current GOP-led Congress has failed Maryland. It illegally impounds our tax dollars, terminates our jobs, defunds the scientific institutions which power our economy, wrecks our healthcare, denies emergency funds when emergency arises, terrorizes residents and immigrants, and denies them due process. The federal executive branch has failed Maryland. It overreaches in its authority, and we require guardrails. We are in danger of losing our democracy to an authoritarian leader who licenses lawbreaking, investigates critics, retaliates with regulations, deploys military domestically, overreaches through federal law enforcement, and finally seeks to change democratic system rules so that they or those in their leadership never have to leave. Maryland has the tools to fight back. The current proposed map. It is the product of months-long transparent public testimony and an effort to better reflect our communities. It strengthens representation of our maritime communities, Baltimore City, the Capital Region, and economic corridors with shared interests and shared industries. So let's fight back to safeguard democracy, our residents, and our tax dollars for our communities, schools, hospitals, and infrastructure. The federal dollars for urban, suburban, and rural communities. Vote in favor of HB 488 for Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. We have not here William Hall, just at the bottom, Spencer. And then we have here, next person to call on is Max Sokol. Max?
Yes, thank you. Good evening to members of the committee. Thank you, Chair Healy, for the late evening with us. If it's all right, I did want to just respond to the question that was asked about The polling, before I give the rest of my remarks, it was covered in the Baltimore Banner for the gentleman who asked. It's by Victoria Consulting. It surveyed likely voters in Maryland. So I'm happy to follow up if you wanted more information about that. But again, you can find that in the Baltimore Banner from a week or two ago. I will keep it brief because I know you all have been here for a long evening. I just want to reiterate some context for the conversation, which is that the legislation, House Bill 488 being considered, was the result of an open, public, and transparent process in which the overwhelming number of Marylanders who spoke were in favor of moving forward, which is no surprise given the polling we discussed. And as such, and on behalf of Progressive Maryland, my organization, I'm urging a favorable report on House Bill 488 from this committee. Here in Montgomery County, where I live, nearly half of the households just on my block have someone who lost a good job in the federal public service, whether they were weather analysts at NOAA, engineers at NASA, lawyers at the Department of Labor. They were and are upstanding citizens of our state whose careers and livelihoods have been ripped away by a lawless and out-of-control White House. In Baltimore, an ice black site was discovered this week where men are being housed in concentration camp-like conditions. Senator Chris Van Hollen demanded access to the facility and was denied by agencies answering to the White House. In Prince George's County and on the Eastern Shore, long-promised federal energy and infrastructure projects are at risk of falling apart because of sudden disinvestment by the White House and its agencies. And I could go on. We are now facing the prospect of that same White House successfully rigging our midterm elections, and we as Marylanders cannot stand by. Whether we like it or not, we're all in this together. We need to move forward and fight back. I urge the General Assembly to move this legislation forward, pass maps for 2026, 2028, and 2030 together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Okay, we're going to go, let's see. I'm going to read off the names of people who are not here, just in case they got bumped out of the queue somehow. Joseph Sheldon, I'm sorry, yeah, Shelton, Matthew Longdale, Jennifer Brucey, there's a test, Rebecca Waring, Robert Lapin, Talon Douglas, Allison O'Brien are not here. Next person up to speak is Leslie Katz.
Good
Please
evening. There have been so many great points. I'm going to read my testimony nonetheless. We need to look no further than Minneapolis to justify redistricting Maryland for the midterm elections. The ineptitude, mayhem, and cruelty we see there with our own eyes is what our whole country will be enduring if we don't do everything within our power to stop the Trump administration, and that includes redistricting Maryland. Doing this will give us a chance to overcome all Trump's efforts to win the midterms at any cost. It's common knowledge this whole issue of redistricting came about because Donald Trump requested that Texas redistrict outside of the normal 10-year period. Cheating is his plan for winning the midterm elections in November. Winning would allow MAGA to continue to consolidate even more power, ransack our states, torture our people while stealing the American values that much of Maryland and the United States find so fundamental, no matter where you live or what party you're in. Not only would it be beneficial for Maryland to join this fight to combat Trump's cheating efforts, but the new maps will benefit Maryland in all these other ways that people have mentioned. Water-based communities, Baltimore City, the capital region, and fast-growing economic corridors. It's also been mentioned that Florida is moving forward with an effort to get 5 MAGA seats, Texas, Missouri, Ohio, and North Carolina. They've all redistricted, and even California's new maps, even with them, would allow MAGA to get up to 19 seats if we don't act. Your constituents want this. 54% of Marylanders, as we've learned, support to move forward with these maps. This isn't just an ordinary vote. It's a defining moment for the state, the country, the General Assembly, and for transparency. Your constituents have spoken. We've shown up at hearings, sent tens of thousands of emails. We've made ourselves clear.
Thank
the
you very
majority
much.
of Marylanders want this, and so do I.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, Jill Ortman-Foos, or Faust? you're on mute, Jill. Jill, you're on mute. There you go. Please. You're still on mute. Where did she go?
Mute. Can you hear me
Okay,
now?
thank you. Now I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Jill Ortman-Faust, and I'm here in support of moving forward with congressional maps for 2026, 28, and 30 together now to meet this moment and provide stability for the next decade. Democrat or Republican, you came here to represent the people of Maryland, and the people in all of your districts have lost a great deal. Some of you worry about the cost of this legislation and the disruption it might cause. Let's talk about disruption and cost. The chaotic slashing of the federal workforce eliminated 25,000 mail-inders' paychecks last year, more than any other state, costing us hundreds of millions in lost tax revenue. We've lost over $400 million in school reimbursements, $200 million for local health departments, $330 million in transportation grants, and $15 million for the environment, plus countless indirect impacts. When do we say enough? Meanwhile, the U.S. House approved a record-breaking $75 billion for ICE, not for your constituents' health care or child care, or for your district's seniors, veterans, schools, clean water, or transportation, not to mention that 2/3 of mail-inders taken by ICE have never been convicted of a crime. They're your taxpayers and neighbors and part of our communities. If I were representing Maryland, I would do everything in my power to restore resources and protections for our state's population. I understand the hesitation. As a former elected school board member, I respect the structures that protect election equity and fairness through a predictable process. This is a change and it carries risk. But Americans are tired of process over people. These maps reflect months of feedback, attention to communities, testimonies, and, as I said, the realities of the polls. This process still shows far more respect for fair process than what we've seen elsewhere. I worked hard to get centrist Representative Don Davis reelected in North Carolina, and the Republicans redistricted him.
Thank you very
That's the
much
new
for your
state of affairs.
testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We're going to go back. I skipped over Robert Lepin. Please forgive me and please testify, Mr. Lepin.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you, and members of the committee. My name is Bobby Lepin. I'm a resident of Baltimore City in the 46th District. I've spent much of my life approaching American democracy from many angles, defending it, teaching it, and safeguarding its integrity. I served as a counterintelligence special agent in the Army. I worked as a military advisor in Iraq, where my job was to listen to the local population and determine their essential needs. I've worked in our National Operations Center during national and international crises, and I spent decades conducting national security investigations for various federal agencies, vetting the very people that we entrust with our secrets. But perhaps most relevant to this discussion and closest to my heart is I was a high school government teacher right here in Baltimore. I stood in front of classrooms of teenagers and taught them how a bill becomes law. I taught them that in a democracy, we should not hide from hard debates. We have a process, we have a House, a Senate, and ultimately the people. And I am testifying to ask you to honor that lesson today. In no way is House Bill 488 a routine bill. It includes a constitutional amendment and proposes fundamental changes to our election laws that the people of Maryland will ultimately get to decide. Because of that gravity, this bill cannot just die quietly behind closed doors or in a committee room. To do that would be to undermine the very process I taught my students to respect. It would shield the full House from having to take a stand, and crucially, it would protect the Senate, which has grown quite conservative over the years, from having to do its job. I am not asking you to endorse the specific lines on this map one way or another. I'm asking you to release this bill so the system can work. Send it to the House floor. Let the delegates vote. Let the debate happen there, and require the Senate, ultimately, to go on record so the voters can see where the entire General Assembly stands. As someone who has defended democracy overseas and taught it right here at home, I'm asking you to let the democratic process play out in the light of day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much. Moving on, we'll go to, let's see. Where am I? I've lost track. Michelle Finzel.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Michelle Finzel, and I am in Owings Mills, Maryland, and Baltimore County, and I appreciate you guys offering us a long time to talk with you today. I am joining you in support of HBO 488. I am not a fan of gerrymandering. I have testified for safe, for fair, just lines in my own county. However, we have to realize, as has been said, that this is not same day, same rules. Things are different, and Maryland is feeling the brunt of it. Maryland voters have already weighed in through polling, testimony, and public engagement in support of HBO 488. We're feeling the consequences of Trump's federal government, and the current map doesn't reflect the will of the voters. Marylanders are losing jobs. We've been denied disaster aid. We've lost funding for healthcare, education, transportation, childcare. They're being threatened or they're just being taken away. Most concerning to me is how our immigrant communities are being targeted and terrorized. And if we don't stand up and fight back with the tools we have now been given, then we are sitting down and letting whatever comes to play out without our support. We can't stand still while others rig the system. While people are saying two wrongs don't make a right, it's wrong to sit and do nothing and stand idly by while our own constituents, while our neighbors, while our friends are suffering. If we don't act now, we'll never have the chance to act again. And that is my biggest fear. So whether you're worried about right versus wrong, whether you think two wrongs don't make a right, having the opportunity to make those choices going forward is what is at risk here. And this is why I strongly support and ask you to vote in favor of HBO 488. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear us today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none. Next is Diana Conway. Diana Conway? You're up. There you go.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the members. My name is Diana Conway. I'm a 30-year resident of Montgomery County and an engaged civic activist, and I'm speaking in support of 488. I'd like to propose an analogy. This tortured nationwide redistricting process, kicked off through no fault of Maryland, is like our recent snowstorm. When the chips are really down and the ice is thick, and you have a chance to help save your community, your democracy, you are duty-bound to do what you can with what you have. We have this tool that we see being put to horrifying, nefarious use by edict of this president to his Republican-led states. What possible excuse is there for failing to use it in our own defense and in defense of democracy? In a snowstorm, neighbors put their backs into shoveling a neighbor's drive, pushing their car out of a snowbank. So I call on you, our elected representatives, to push and pass this map. To my Republican neighbors clamoring for fairness and constitutional order, I agree. So your remedy isn't to disempower this state, it's to take it up with your Republican friends, their dear leader, and their Republican congressional members, their fellow Republicans who led the compliant states, and to ask them to abide by the Constitution. Even the NRA thinks that this president has crossed the line on our Constitution. Is it going to take murders like Renee Goods or Alex Preddy in Maryland's streets to get people to see the cancer spreading? These times do not allow for purity tests or high-mindedness or magical thinking divorced from reality. Please act to save our democracy so we and our Republican friends can vote freely in the future. I urge you to pass the map. Thank you.
That are not here, just so for the record. Lee Finney, Gail Williams, Kevin McLeod, Harshi Garg, Karen Daly. The next person up is Yvette Harris, then Caleb Kernbach is not here. Michelle Talkington is here. Margaret Notham is here. Rebecca Scharf is here. So we'll start with Yvette Harris. Yvette Harris. Is Yvette Harris here? Or is she the one trying to connect? All right, we're going to skip over that, maybe come back. Next is Michelle Talking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, Yvette, very good.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, great. Hi, my name is Evie Harris. I am here to offer an unfavorable report request for House Bill 0488. Number one, public notices happened in a rushed forum, and there were also late notices and inaccessibility for the public to join at some of the hearings. Number two, Republican representation will be nullified in Maryland. Governor Moore often speaks of fairness and transparency. This bill and these redistricting or gerrymandered maps will do nothing of the sort. As a woman, as a Black woman, as a veteran, as a non-Democrat, who will represent my interests? It's quite one thing to be able to choose who I vote for and based on the issues. It's quite another to have the options removed and my constitutional rights to have representation by apportionment nullified by people who swore an oath to uphold the Constitution over and above their quest for power, position, and status, or for government allegiance to a governor who wants to increase his national presence on the national playing field. This redistricting gerrymandered map is a travesty. It totally obliterates the rights of Marylanders and me as an American, as a veteran, for the Constitution that I swore to uphold. It does nothing of the sort. Stop playing the games. Stop playing with Maryland voters. Stop playing with our Constitution. You are not there to treat us as serfs and subjects. We are citizens and residents of the state of Maryland and the United States, of which we are taxpayers, homeowners, moms, dads, veterans, teachers, whatever the case may be. This bill, HB 048888, and its redistricting gerrymandered map is nothing short of tyranny disguised as courage.
Thank you for your testimony.
I plead with the delegates and our full Maryland delegation to have the courage and the backbone to stop the tyranny that they often accuse Donald Trump and Republicans of having or of encouraging. Stop the groupthink. Again.
Thank you. All right, next one.
Okay, thank you. Next is Michelle Talkington is next.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members, voting members. So it's been a long evening. I won't go over everything, but I actually do represent the Republicans of Charles County. I am the current vice chairwoman, and I had the opportunity to be the representative, congressional representative in District 5 for the Republicans in 2024 and have refiled. And I find it disingenuous to see that some of the sponsors of this bill and co-sponsors are also running for the very seats that they're looking to gerrymander. This is gerrymandering gymnastics that I've seen going on. We've had an opportunity to get used to the 2022 maps, which to say that they are fair and they only represent one member in Congress is
Michelle,
absolutely
talking to Ms. Talkington.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that I have it correct. You've signed up in favor of the bill. Doesn't sound like you are. Are you in favor of this bill?
It's signed up as unfavorable. It should have been unfavorable.
Okay, I have to make a correction on the list. Thank you so much. You please go back and continue.
Is it possible for the clock to give the 10 seconds back?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much. So I do appreciate everyone that has voted in favor because they've made it clear that this is a national discussion, which I think again is unfair. Marylanders deserve to not be used as pawns against states that are 3 to 8 times our size, not just in the demographic, the actual land mass, but in their economy. Marylanders deserve to have Marylanders represent them. You are taking away that opportunity if you allow this current map and this bill 488 to pass. And I will say I agree that our voice should count, our voice should matter. The leaders of Maryland should include the voices of Black conservatives. And you have made a resounding effort to say we do not matter. Our voices do not count. And because I've gotten the 10 seconds extra, it's clear not just to me, but moderate Democrats, independents, farmers, and members of rural America, rural Maryland. We matter. Please vote unfavorably. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Margaret Northam. Margaret, are you there? Okay. Oh. All right, I'm going to move on to the next person, Rebecca Sharp.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, you can hear me okay, right?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Rebecca Sharp, and I live in Catonsville, located in Baltimore County. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in strong support of fair, transparent, and community-centered redistricting for the state of Maryland. The laws that Congress passes affect all Marylanders in a variety of ways, from funding, jobs, to physical and social stability. There are multiple reasons for redistricting in Maryland, all with national and local implications. Across the country, Republican-led states are aggressively redrawing congressional maps to entrench power and silence voters before they can be held accountable. This is not speculation, it's already happening. Texas, Florida, Missouri, Ohio, and North Carolina have already moved forward. Florida alone is pursuing changes that could hand Republicans multiple additional seats in Congress. Nationally, Republicans could gain up to 19 seats if states like Maryland fail to respond. The Trump Justice Department is demanding states turn over their voter rolls, which include detailed information about voters such as driver's license numbers and partial Social Security numbers, and will invariably lead to depressing voter turnout, as voters will fear that their information is being used for some inappropriate or unlawful purpose. This is not an abstract political fight. Maryland cannot hesitate. We cannot hide behind process debates or procedural caution. At moments like this, delay is surrender. I'm asking the legislature to pass a map that produces a competitive race for members of Congress that will represent Maryland. There should be no safe seats for any one party. There should be debates so disagreements can be aired, understood, and maybe even resolved. Republicans can win in Democratic voting districts. Proof of that is in Baltimore County Council, which has 3 Republican councilmen out of 7, when not one district has more Republican than Democratic voters. The Republican councilmen win on debates and their presentations of ideas. District 1 Congressional District hasn't had a debate since 2022.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I have one. Can I finish my last sentence?
Your time has run out. You had your 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Oh, I think we have one question.
I'm sorry, there is one question. Hold on, please.
I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know.
Delegate Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The last speaker, I just wanted to know where she was going. She was saying that the county council, and if she could just finish that thought, I'd like to hear it, please.
Okay, the county council has 3 Republican councilmen out of 7, when not one district has more Republican than Democratic voters. And the Republican councilmen win on debates and their presentation of ideas. District 1 Congressional District hasn't had a debate since 2022, and in no-person town hall meeting since 2017, because Andy Harris doesn't want to stand before the public and defend his ideas. That's where I was going.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony. Are there any other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for sticking around and appreciate it very much. Next, let's see. We'll ask Margaret Northam again. Is she here? No? All right, that was Rebecca. On to Shilpa Shetty.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the time to speak. So, I apologize. I just need a second. We are in unprecedented danger under the Trump administration, and the Republicans in Congress are not going to protect us. They are going to rubber stamp Trump's cruel, unfair, and often illegal decisions. Trump knows this, and so he has gotten several Republican-led states to redraw their maps to rig the 2026 midterms. Democrat-led states need to fight back the same way. Some states, like California, are already doing so. While no Democrat led state can change enough seats on its own, the states that can make a difference need to take action. Maryland is one of those states. Governor Moore convened a commission to study redistricting. The commission talked to Maryland residents and, based on their input, created a new map. This map reflects Maryland as it is today and gives voice to previously ignored communities. The finalized map is ready to be voted on. However, we cannot wait until November to issue this as a ballot question. We need to legalize the new map now to help counter Trump's rigging of the 2026 midterms. Please vote for HB 0488. Please meet this moment with the urgency it needs. Republican-led states are not waiting to redistrict, and neither should we. Our rights are under attack. Innocent people are being murdered. We need to fight with every tool that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? No questions. Thank you. Next is Jyoti Mohan.
Chair and the opportunity and members for this opportunity to testify. I live in a rural region of Baltimore County, and I am in favor of HB 0488. The redistricting issue at stake here is about representation. It's about accountability and democracy. It's about whether Maryland's elected officials will defend the democratic voice of Marylanders in this moment of national urgency. Marylanders are already reeling from the cuts of a federal government that has taken the building blocks of our nation, rule of law, the Constitution, and democracy to be optional words. Thousands of Marylanders have been left without jobs, without promised federal funds, and even unconscionably without disaster relief from the federal government in their time of need. The proposed map is the careful work of a bipartisan commission which took public input into consideration, was completely transparent in its work, and worked to reflect the current demographics of Maryland, as well as attempting to rectify the historic disenfranchisement of community. Marylanders have made their opinion clear and have chosen to redistrict. I urge you not to postpone this democratic will by making it a ballot measure. Voters deserve to know that at least in Maryland, their legislators are truly representing their will. Voters deserve clarity. We need legislative action now. I urge the General Assembly to reflect the voice of Marylanders who have made it clear that they support the proposed map to move forward legislatively, pass maps for 2026, 2028, and 2030 together. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none. Well, thank you. Good evening. Next is Vijit Dutt. Okay, she's trying to connect to audio, or he, I'm not sure. But it doesn't seem to be connecting. We'll keep that open for a while, and we'll move on to the next person, who is Heather Olson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live in Prince George's County. I'm speaking only for myself, but I have served as an election judge in the county, and in that capacity, I have seen that after redistricting, there is always a good deal of voter confusion as voters arrive at their polling place only to find that the elected official whose record they're familiar with is no longer on their ballot. Worse, they often discover that their polling place has changed, and they may not have allowed sufficient time to get to the new polling place, which can have the effect of disenfranchising them. The need to reapportion districts based on population after the decennial census makes this confusion unavoidable, but we have not just taken a census, and you're not contemplating redistricting in order to account for population shifts. So there's no good reason to confuse and disenfranchise voters in this way. Some have argued that the reprehensible decisions of other states to engage in mid-cycle partisan gerrymandering justifies Maryland doing the same. In response, I will quote what my late mother frequently told me when I was growing up: "Two wrongs do not make a right." Please don't pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions. Okay, moving right along. We're next to, again, Mr. and Mrs. Dutt is not able to connect, so we will go on to Deborah Rosenfeld. Deborah, please.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can, okay. So thanks for the chance to testify at the end of this rather long day. I'm speaking today as a core leader of Bend the Arc Jewish Action Maryland and as a member of Indivisible Route 1 Corridor in Prince George's County, a total of upwards of about 2,000 members. If these were normal times, we would want an independent commission to supervise any redistricting, and we would not want to be doing it mid-cycle. But these are not normal times. A personal note, I've been teaching, I have very deep roots in Maryland. I've taught at the University of Maryland for 40 years. I'm now retired. My father graduated from the University of Maryland Medical School. He chose to serve on the front lines as a doctor in World War II to help fight fascism, though he was too old to be called up. In my family, we know what fascism looks like, and I don't use that word lightly when I say that I think we are on the edge of fascism in this country now. But we are lucky we don't have to fight on the battlefield. We have a chance to defeat the rise of fascism here through democratic processes. We've all recently seen with our own eyes the murderous brutality of the current regime. Their redistricting tactics, ordered from the top down, have been brutal in a different way, and our Maryland redistricting is an appropriate act of self-defense. We need representatives in Congress who will fight not only for democracy in the abstract, but in very concrete ways to protect Marylanders from the punitive, corrupt, illegal, and violent acts of the current regime. The legislative process in Maryland has not been thoughtless or authoritarian. It's not just retaliation. I'm here to ask you to vote on behalf of 488B and to let it out of this committee so that the General Assembly can weigh it.
There are no questions? Thank you. Next is Deborah Hill. Deborah Hill? Don't see, is that you, Deborah? I don't see, I can't see the names. Okay, I'm going to go down to the next person. I'm going to circle back to Deborah. Lisa Bell.
Hi.
Thank you, Lisa.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you, Chair Healy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm Deborah Hill.
There's something going on with their tech, and so there's multiple people talking at the same time. I don't know what their problem is.
Okay, let's start backward. Deborah Hill was on the list ahead of you, so we'll come back to you, okay, Lisa? Okay, Deborah
Thank
Hill,
you,
please
Lisa.
proceed. I can hear you.
Hello, my name is Deborah Hill, and uh, I am, testifying today in support of HB 480. I oppose HB 488, and I support the position of my delegate, Kathy Salega. I'd like to add 2 points. First, if you pass this bill, what makes the majority Democrat General Assembly different from the Russian Politburo? My ancestors did not fight for voting rights to have them stripped in this manner. We live in a constitutional republic, not a communist state with all the characteristics of an autocrat or totalitarian regime. You have people championing the loss of voting rights of a large swath of people. And I'm so tired of advocates of the third world trying to cement a socialistic agenda that bears no resemblance to Americans' values or norms that I grew up with. Second, aside from the obvious socialistic intent of this law, I don't see how adding another district represented by Democrats in Washington helps improve Maryland's economy or restore the freedoms that you have stripped from Maryland citizens and given to illegal aliens. The state has already been gerrymandered to death, and this latest effort would create a one-party representation in Washington when the population of the state shows that this obviously is not the case. Again, I oppose HB 488, and I support Delegate Kathy Salega's position on this matter. Thank you.
Any questions? No questions. Thank you very much. Lisa Bell, please. Lisa, you're up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Healy and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify in favor of House Bill 488. My name is Lisa Bell. I'm a Maryland resident and a member of the pro-democracy group Indivisible Route 1, one of dozens of indivisible chapters throughout Maryland. I urge you to move forward with the proposed maps. As many people have said, pro-authoritarian states are redrawing congressional maps. Why? Because they want to entrench authoritarian power and to silence the rest of us. Maryland should not hesitate. Maryland cannot hesitate. At moments like this, refusing is capitulation. People testifying thus far in opposition to this bill say they are shocked at this map. This is a gross hypocrisy. I've not heard a single bill's opponents, not one, express shock at the cruel and illegal actions of your dear leader and his minions. If you are so concerned about democracy, why your silence about this? This silence underlines the bad faith of those opposing the bill. Also, bill opponents pretend that Maryland's self-interest is somehow separable from the broader interest of the nation. Again, a bad faith argument. The commission has done its work. Now the General Assembly, and in particular the Senate President, must decide whether they will follow the voters or ignore the voters. 488 is a necessary response. It fights Trump's rigging of the midterms. It protects Maryland. It protects our democracy. I urge you to pass the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, moving right on to Rosalind Williams.
Hi, my name is Rosalind Williams. I'm in Howard County, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of HB 488. I urge you to move forward with this bill immediately. As a former high school math teacher, one of my most interesting lessons was on gerrymandering. I would never have imagined I will be supporting this legislation, but for everything, there is a season. Until gerrymandering is abolished nationally, we must act in an appropriate manner. At this time, as Marylanders, we have to unite to do the right thing, and now is that time. Already, all these Republican states are aggressively redrawing congressional maps in an effort to silence voters. Staying silent in the face of these unprecedented attacks by an executive branch untethered by law is in effect a surrender. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight. When are we going to stop doing that as Democrats? This surrender is unsupported by Maryland voters. As recent polls show, this redistricting is supported by 54% of Marylanders, 68% of Democrats. Someone asked where it came from. It was a survey on behalf of the Meet the Moment Maryland. We need to pass congressional maps for 2026, 2028, and 2030 together because voters deserve a clear path forward. We are already, as Marylanders, feeling the effects of unchecked federal power, resulting in job losses, Republican-led communities being denied disaster aid, attacks on immigrant communities, and an unprecedented threats or actual snatching of congressionally approved funds for healthcare, education, transportation, and childcare. This snatching of funds is in an explicitly partisan manner has to be stopped. We can't sit back and allow it to continue. And an effective path forward for reinstating a voice for how our federal tax dollars are spent is to immediately pass this legislation. The time to act is now.
Thank you very much. No questions? Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to Ken Fitch. Is Ken Fitch in the room, online, the waiting room somewhere? Okay, I'll go
Hello,
on
I'm right
to.
here.
Oh, good. Okay, Ken,
Fitch.
please start. Can't see you though.
No, I didn't put my camera on.
It helps us if we can see you. Go
I'm
ahead.
not.
Go ahead with your testimony, please.
All righty, thank you. My name is Ken Fitch. I'm a resident of Baltimore County for 68 years. I oppose of this bill. I'm support of Kathy Schlager of not wanting this bill to pass. If you look up Fitch v. Maryland, yes, I've been in a fight with the state of Maryland for 7 years. Took it to the Supreme Court. It's all because these Democrats. They took RX drug coverage, prescription drug coverage away from seniors that work up to 50 years with the state, plus paid for it. And we got bills submitted every year, bills submitted, come on, 3 or 4 bills at a time, and they wouldn't let them out of committees. The Democrats would not let them out of committees. Then I'm doing research, and we see they got a bill called SB 705, and that's to give the illegals our drug coverage. So they changed it, called residents. No, it's for the illegals. They went and got a waiver with the state of Maryland. And of course, I notified Trump's office and they removed that waiver. How you like that? I ain't done with them. I oppose it. Everything Democrats do is awful. When we testified for the 705, SB 705, Tony O'Hay said, these are the new Americans, illegals. And what happened out in Minnesota? That's not Trump. That's not ICE. That's some paid actors. That's some paid actors. Let me ask you something. If someone broke in your house, would you let them stay there and not throw them out? Well, guess what, you Americans? This is our house. They need to be tossed out. If they come here the right way, immigration is one thing. Immigration is one thing. But they come in
Thank you for
illegal,
your
break in the
testimony.
country.
Are there any questions? No questions. Next is Liz Hammond.
Good evening. My name is Liz Hammond. I serve on the executive board of the Columbia Democratic Club. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on behalf of our members. Columbia is the second largest city in Maryland, and the Columbia Democratic Club is the oldest Democratic club in Howard County. During our November meeting, With the assistance of subject matter experts, our members vigorously debated the merits of a mid-decade congressional redistricting. We represent a broad spectrum of Democrats who often disagree, but on that day, we didn't. Our club voted unanimously to support new maps for 2026, and I'm here today to express the club's strong support for HB 488. Red states aren't wasting any time. Right now, many of them are weaponizing their district boundaries in an effort to maintain power and evade any semblance of accountability. Maryland can't sit on the sidelines while our county is transformed before our eyes, and we don't have to. HB 488 provides us with a legislative mechanism for acting now, immediately. Hesitation is concession. Purposefully delaying is tantamount to surrender. We don't need a ballot measure. We need legislative action right now. Too often, our elected officials get bogged down by procedural minutia. But your voting public has lost the appetite for playing it safe. The commission has done its work. It's time for the General Assembly to take that responsibility to act legislatively, be bold, fight back, move forward. We're all counting on you. On behalf of the Columbia Democratic Club, I request a favorable reporting on 488. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions? Thank you very much. Next is Lydia Lagua. Please pronounce your name for me. You're on mute. Lydia, you're on mute.
Sorry, I
There you
couldn't seem
go.
to unmute. Yes, I'm here. I am a resident of Frederick and representing Third Act Maryland, as well as Indivisible Frederick Coalition, in favor of HB 488. It's basically a fight fire with fire. I would ordinarily be appalled at the notion of redistricting mid-cycle, but when one team is not playing by the rules, it's imperative that you use every tool you can to compete fairly. People who say two wrongs don't make a right, it's not as simple as that. It's not one wrong. It's this cumulative effort to negate so many aspects of our Constitution and the right of individuals to have a say in for the Congress to even work as it's supposed to. I would urge any Republicans that are against this issue to please speak up with their Congress people to stop bending to the will of this unconstitutional president. The commission has done its work. It has done it transparently with a plethora of input from various constituencies. It's actually a fair map, and it does strengthen certain areas that have been underrepresented in the past. The GOP is leading states that is working hard. GOP-led states are working hard to create imbalance and radically skew election outcomes. And it's up to the Maryland legislature to protect Marylanders, yes, all of them, and democracy itself in this country in the middle of this current administration, which daily tears down constitutional guardrails meant to create fairness and equity. I urge you, please, to support HB 488 and counteract this outrageous impact being promulgated.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sticking around. No questions. We'll move on to Peter Bode. Bod, please pronounce your name for me and take yourself off mute. You're on mute, Mr. Peter.
I think I'm off mute now. My name's Bodie, Peter Bodie. Good evening. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to oppose the proposed legislation HB 0488. I'm from Baltimore. I've been a proud Maryland Democrat my entire life since voting in my first election in 1972. I'm a retired three-time U.S. ambassador, having been appointed by both President Bush and President Obama. During my 38-year foreign service career, I spent considerable time and effort promoting democracy in nascent states in Eastern Europe, South Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. All of this work had a very specific goal. It was to help ensure free, fair, and inclusive elections. I learned that transparency was paramount, and no effort, even in the name of democracy, should ever be undertaken if it brings into question any issue of fairness or political expediency. Furthermore, I learned to always beware the rule of unintended consequences. Process decisions today often come back to haunt their authors later, especially if they open the potential for challenges to the voting process. The Trump administration policies increasingly hurt Marylanders every day. We now have thousands of fired federal employees, unfunded infrastructure challenges, our premier education institutions under attack, the health of our citizens being risked by lack of access to affordable care, not to mention the basic civil liberties that make our nation unique being threatened in unprecedented ways. Successfully combating these issues is where our focus must be. This is how our elections are won. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on. Samir Ahmed.
Good evening. I'm Samir Ahmed. I serve as the Vice Chair of the Maryland High School Democrats, and I come before this committee today in strong support of House Bill 488. Across the country, we are witnessing extreme partisan gerrymandering in states such as Texas, Missouri, and North Carolina. Maps so distorted that they deny fair representation to millions of voters. In some of these states, nearly half of the electorate is effectively stripped of meaningful political power. And the question we must ask is simple. Who is standing up for those voters? At a time when democratic norms are being weakened nationwide, states like Maryland have both the opportunity and the responsibility to act as a safeguard for representative democracy. House Bill 488 is about ensuring that voices of voters, both within our state and beyond it, are not ignored or erased. Opponents of this bill have argued that similar maps would inevitably be rejected by Maryland courts, citing past redistricting cases. However, this characterization is misleading. In previous instances, courts did not mandate specific alternative maps. Instead, the parties involved mutually agreed to redraw them without judicial imposition. Additionally, claims that courts would require maps granting greater representation to anti-democratic actors are speculative and not supported by binding precedent. There's no definitive legal ruling that would prohibit the General Assembly from acting under this bill. We cannot allow fear or misinformation to dictate our response at a moment when democracy itself is under strain. When voters are systematically denied representation, inaction becomes a choice, and one with consequences. House Bill 488 represents a commitment to fairness, accountability, and the principle that every voter deserves to be heard. And for these reasons, I respectfully urge you all to return a favorable report on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next witness. That is Nelson Simon. Nelson Simon, you're on mute. There you go. Thank you.
My name is Nelson Simone. I live in Rockville, Maryland. I am calling you from Australia. I got up this morning because I think it's that important. I am an immigrant. My family came from South America and settled in Prince George's County when I was 3. I became a citizen in my 20s. I think it's important to understand the connection between what's happening in Minneapolis and so many other places in our country and the Republican attempts to gerrymander their way to victory in the upcoming elections. The Trump administration and those who enable them would rather that people like me and my family were not here. And they will do whatever they can to take away the rights and freedom so many have fought for. I wake up every day as I watch the images around our country and see our democracy being whittled away by this administration. I wake up every day and I say, what can I do? And this is one small part that I can do. But I'm calling on you, our elected officials, both Democrats and Republicans of good conscience, to fight back.
I'm sorry, your links, whatever, losing you. I would like to hear the rest of your testimony, but we can't.
HB 48 Maryland back legislature and allow them out.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Sorry, could you not hear me?
Now, yeah, go ahead. Don't start over. Just say what you have to say. I'm sorry. Time is up, and you calling all the way from Australia. I'm really sorry about that.
Well, thank you. I'm in favor, if you can hear that much.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'm sorry, you have a question? I'm sorry, Delegate Bagnall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering, because we lost you, if you could just complete your thought for us.
That I don't know where you lost me. As an immigrant, I wake up every day and try to think about how I can fight back to the atrocities that are being done by my government in this country. And HB 48 is the way for us to fight back, for Maryland to fight back. I'm calling on Democrats and Republicans of good conscience to do the right thing in our name. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Chairman Bagnall. Okay, next we'll go to Nix Sushka.
Yes, hello, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 488. My name is Nick Sushka, and I'm a resident of Rockville, Maryland. I join the majority of Maryland voters who support moving forward with new congressional maps. That majority is asking you to use the legal tools we have to protect the duty of the legislative branch, to make federal laws that are constitutional, exercise oversight of the executive branch, and to represent all Maryland constituents. Consider what a lack of a functional legislative branch has already cost Maryland. Thousands of Marylanders have lost federal jobs and contracts due to unchecked and illegal actions by DOJ and agency heads. Federal funds for healthcare, education, transportation, and childcare are being illegally impounded, putting our most vulnerable Marylanders at greater risk. As someone born and raised in a rural community that lacked access to nearly all of these services, I do not take these cuts are gutting rural communities. Reckless and illegal tariffs endanger industries across Maryland, from agriculture to manufacturing. And communities in Maryland have been denied federal disaster aid because the executive branch is using emergency dollars to curry favor and punish dissent. We can see plainly the cost that inaction will have, a Congress further distorted by the Trump administration's wholesale takeover of our democratic institutions. A continued lack of accountability will be catastrophic for Marylanders. I ask you to please vote this bill favorably out of committee and allow our legislature to take the urgent action this moment calls for. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions. Next is Joe Harvatine. Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
If you can hear me okay, go like this. Otherwise, I can't really hear. Okay. All right. So I thank you. I had a long speech here, but I'm going to go completely off script. I'm going to start with a story. When I grew up, I had a neighbor man that was the father of a close friend of mine ever since I was in first grade. And he would argue and discuss politics continuously with my father, basically every time they got together. My dad was a staunch, lifelong Republican, and my neighbor was an equally staunch Democrat. They went to the same church. They hunted together. They volunteered at Homes for Humanity together. They helped each other do house repairs and home repairs. But they argued politics all the time. Well, when my friend I have been friends with since first grade died at the age of 50, that man sat under the apple tree in my dad's backyard for long hours at a time. And I'm sure my dad did a whole lot more listening than talking. That's the kind of bond they had. But their political views were completely opposite. And that's kind of the America I expected to grow up in. I thought we would have people that could disagree politically, could argue politically, but they could go have a beer, they could go to a ball game, they could get together as families and picnics and live that way. And I feel like the political system is leading us down this path where we can't do that anymore. We can't talk to our neighbor. We can't be friends with our neighbor if we figure out they're politically different. That's the course of action that I used to believe was the cause of are caused by CNN or Fox or social media, but I don't believe it anymore. I believe it's caused by you guys in the political system. You guys like to put a wedge between all of us, and that's exactly what this bill is doing. It's just doing more of it. But you know what? I've changed my mind. I'm in favor of this bill now because I want to even more not give a crap about politics. I want to step back, not care, not watch, just live my life, build this airplane, do stuff with my family and kids, because that's what you're telling us to do. If we're not on the right side of the party, we're not going to have a voice, and you're not going to care about us.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for sticking around tonight. Next is David Marker.
Hear me? Okay. My name is David Marker, and I am submitting this testimony in favor of HB 488. I have a long history of involvement in redistricting efforts, having led every county council redistricting effort in Howard County since they were first districted in 1986. I've long favored nonpartisan redistricting commissions as the best method, likely to yield a mixture of safe seats and competitive ones. As a PhD statistician who has reviewed congressional redistricting maps in multiple states, I know there's no best or ideal map, but there are clearly maps that are drawn as to unnecessarily push constitutional boundaries. In recent years, the U.S. Supreme Court said no such boundaries exist beyond contiguous and equal population. 35 years ago, I was asked by Republicans why we shouldn't always use a nonpartisan commission locally. My response then should guide us in Maryland today. I told them I believe strongly in nuclear disarmament, but in the volatile world we lived in, I could not support unilateral nuclear disarmament. While our opponents continue to arm themselves, disarmament only succeeds when it's done through mutual agreement. When Congress properly outlaws gerrymandering based on politics, we should adopt it. My previous Congressman John Sarbanes was the lead sponsor of legislation that passed the House of Representatives. Hopefully such legislation will pass again. But until then, we must meet fire with fire. If Republican-led states are redrawing lines to maximize their numbers, the limited number of states with Democratic control must respond. To do less is to abdicate any hope to avoid permanent one-party rule in Congress. It's not clear the proposed map will result in 8 Democratic victories. Senate President Ferguson has pointed out that attempts at an 8-0 map might yield a 6-2 result, which he sees as worse outcome. What he misses is that these desperate times when we see Congress unwilling to stand up for gross violations of the Constitution, every legal effort must be made to put a party in charge of Congress that has the guts to stand up to authoritarianism. The possibility of losing one seat to Republicans.
Thank you very much. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Linda Dorsey Walker.
Good evening. My name is Linda Dorsey Walker. I have spent the last 32 years of my life working on redistricting. Some of you may know me. I've gotten many pieces of legislation passed over the decades and have come before the various committees over the years. I've just spent the last 4 years of my life doing, yes, the unthinkable, a midterm redistricting in Baltimore County. I was chair of a initiative called Vote for More. And because we had no women elected in Baltimore County, when many of your counties did, we had only one minority elected when the county is nearly 50% minority. We had no one under the age of 45. I decided, after having already done the redistricting that created the first African-American district, the one that we have, and to create the District 11A, that it was time to do, yes, a midterm redistricting because there was no point in postponing what needed to be done. Now we have multiple women running. We have multiple minorities running. We have multiple young people running, and many of them are going to create the largest single change of any county in the state of Maryland is going to be in Baltimore County this year after 4 years of effort. And some of the people who have spoken tonight were part of that effort. I'm very proud of it. Let me just say, I applaud Samir, who I see as the future of our party. But Mr. Fitch, you are the very reason that we need to have this done. All that hatred that you spewed about this is your country. Let me tell you, my family arrived in this country in the 1600s as slaves, and many of my family members still live on the Eastern Shore. So when people say that Congressman Harris represents the Eastern Shore, he doesn't represent the 38% of the population that includes my family. So I urge you
Thank
to
you
have
very
a
much for your
favorable
testimony.
report.
Appreciate you being here. There are no questions. We're going to move on to the last witness who's speaking, and the rest of the testimony is written. So please, let's see, Calandra Young, please. You are up, and you are the last voice to be heard on this tonight.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Calandra Young. I serve as president of the Prince George's County Young Democrats and as District 21 member of the Prince George's County Democratic Central Committee. And I'm here to urge your support for HB 488. Maryland is at a critical moment and the path forward is clear. The Governor's Redistricting Advisory Commission has completed months of public hearings, produced a map that reflects Maryland as it exists today. One that strengthens representation for communities that have long been diluted, including Baltimore City, the capital region, water-based communities, and fast-growing economic corridors. The consequences of inaction are not theoretical. Marylanders are already feeling the impact of federal government that does not reflect the will of the voters. Federal workers have lost jobs. Communities are facing cuts in healthcare, education, transportation, and childcare. Immigrant communities are being targeted and terrorized rather than protected. At the same time, Republican-led states are aggressively redrawing congressional maps to entrench power before the next election. Maryland waiting does not preserve balance. Delay is not neutral. Every month of inaction weakens our ability to fight back and protect our communities. Maryland voters are clear. A majority support moving forward with new congressional maps, and support is even stronger among Democratic Party voters. Passing maps legislatively for 2026, 2028, and 2030 together provides certainty and stability for voters and communities for the rest of the decade. This decision should not be pushed into confusing ballot processes that delays action. Legislators were elected to make hard decisions in moments like this, and I urge this committee to support HB 488, move forward legislatively, and act now to protect jobs, defend immigrant communities, and preserve Maryland's voice in Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no questions for this last witness. The rest of the testimony is written. So this concludes the public bill hearing on House Bill 488. Please turn to House Bill 482. The sponsor is Delegate Buckle. Please step right up.
I don't care about your personal needs. I'm just kidding. Delegate Holmes, I just, it's fine. I won't take personal offense. Thank you. I appreciate a favorable vote. Thank you. That's what he told me, Madam Chair. He was voting for the bill. So if he's out, that's what it counts. Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Jason Buckle presenting House Bill 482. Colleagues, I know it's been a long afternoon trending into the evening, and I'll try not to belabor the bill. I'm not naive enough to think that my testimony today on an issue infused with as much partisan background will persuade any or many of you as to the propriety of the bill, but I want to try to make a good faith effort to explain what it does and why. There are three primary principles of the bill. Number one is it would eliminate mid-cycle redistricting. And we've heard witnesses here today saying, will the Republican come out and say that we should do that universally, globally, nationally? Yes. We should eliminate mid-cycle redistricting, in my opinion, fully. Texas should not mid-cycle redistrict. We haven't heard a very large state out on the Pacific coast who also has done this called California, which has already evened out everything that Texas has done or could done. It's already been taken care of by the largest state in the union, democratically controlled California, which is also engaged in mid-cycle redistricting. Several other states have chosen to do so. Virginia's redistricting efforts were just blocked, at least temporarily, by a judge in Tazewell County, Virginia, which I've had the pleasure of appearing there. If you don't know where that is, neither does anybody else. But it's very far out in the West Virginia line in southwestern Virginia. But many states are trying to do this. Our bill very clearly says that there shouldn't be any. I'm not a congressman. I don't want to be a congressman by the grace of God. If I was, I'd vote to ban mid-cycle redistricting because I believe that it is deleterious to the nation, and I believe that the constant stirring up of partisan tensions does nothing to advance our common goals. Our bill does that. Secondly, it enshrines legislatively the principles that I asked my good friend Delegate Wilson about earlier today. And those principles basically are this, that congressional districts, just like our districts, should consist of adjoining territory. They should be compact in form, and they should duly reflect natural and political boundaries. They should have some commonality of interest. I cannot fathom any intelligent or logical reason why a set of rules applies to how we elect the members of our own legislature and General Assembly, but we allow for there to be basically no rules other than a mathematical calculation of population districts for how we elect people to go and represent us as part of the great tapestry of the United States of America in Congress. That doesn't make sense. Delegate Wilson and I had some colloquy back and forth about the legalities of it. Judge Battaglia has her own opinion. Eventually, if this bill becomes law, the judges will decide those issues. It won't be us. But I think that we as legislatures should be honest and say those are principles that should be applied universally across the board. Compactness, contiguity, and commonality of interest are common sense principles that should be enshrined in our congressional redistricting ideas. The third aspect of our bill is that certainly we wouldn't do mid-cycle redistricting. When we do redistricting after the 2030 census, we would do so with a bipartisan commission. I'm looking around the room and I don't think, I'm not sure. I think I may have been the only member in the room who actually was part of a official redistricting commission. I was part of the 2021 redistricting commission that produced the maps over my objecting vote, obviously, that was rejected by Judge Battaglia and that we then modified throughout the 2021 special session. I have sat through dozens upon dozens. I was also part of Governor Hogan's original, back during his first term, redistricting commission to try to come up with a different way to do it that included Democratic and Republican members, Senator Washington, then House Member Washington, and several others. So I've done a lot of redistricting panels. And what I would suggest to you that we tried to follow kind of what Ohio does, kind of what Arizona does. What their motto is that they allow legislators to participate. We're not naive enough to suggest that we're not going to have any politics or political influences at all, but that it requires at least one member of the minority party or at least one independent member, because it would require the governor to select an independent voter who is not beholden to either party. Those individuals would have to agree to accept the map. That requires some degree of compromise and some degree of recognition of everyone's interest to have not only their party, but their geographic area. I think it's obvious to all of you. In Maryland, party and geography are somewhat synonymous. If you're from Western Maryland, as I am, you're heavily oriented towards the Republican Party. If you're from the Eastern Shores, Delegate Grist is, you're heavily oriented towards the Republican Party. If you're in sort of the central I-95 most populous corridor, no question about that. You deserve the majority of representation. You're the majority of the state. But you neglect those geographic areas as well as your own citizenry who share different political opinions if you don't try to compromise and reach a goal that at least allows them to have a voice. Those are, in sum, the three major principles of our bill. They're offered in good faith as an alternative to this process, which we believe produces a result which is not in conformity with our best ideals. We should be looking to do things that truly are fair and that truly reflect our entire population from Oakland to Ocean City, and that have unquestioned legality rather than something that simply meets the partisan moment of the day. I think we're better than that, and this bill is certainly not perfect. It's open to a wide variety of amendments and ideas, but it's offered for the consideration of this body in good faith. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? All right, we'll start with
You don't get to ask questions, do you?
Delegate Wilson is a member of the committee. He can ask a question. So can you.
Thank you, Delegate. First of all, so I guess I understand your bill is basically to prevent partisan gerrymandering.
I think it would have the impact of preventing partisan gerrymandering, or at least requiring it to go through very additional layers of legal and political analysis. It certainly wouldn't allow any extreme partisan gerrymandering.
Right, and so I guess it is your understanding at this point, if your bill doesn't pass, that partisan gerrymandering is still legal under not only the U.S. Constitution, but the Maryland Constitution.
I wouldn't suggest that it's legal under the Maryland Constitution. I don't know that that's been fully and fairly delineated. The Supreme Court, in a decision that we discussed several years ago, I think it's called Kutchko, and it was paired with a Maryland case called Benesek versus Lamone. They were paired together. The Supreme Court, if I was a Supreme Court judge, it's not what I would have said, but the Supreme Court, I think 5-4 majority, said that they would not take political party considerations into their redistricting analysis. They certainly take race. That's always been something that's there. And that is unfortunately in America sometimes a predicate for party. I wish it wasn't. I wish that those considerations didn't have anything to do with what your political ideals are, but sometimes those two concepts have been mixed together.
Right, so basically the Supreme Court said it was pretty much not a justicable question.
Justiciable, yes.
That they could answer, correct?
That's what Chief Judge Roberts, that was his phraseology, I think, in his opinion.
So basically your bill would solve the question that we're all debating today, because you obviously believe that we can do it and you don't want us to do it anymore.
No, I don't believe that prevailing court, and you and I had that conversation, Judge Battaglia's opinion was, to my understanding, an advisory opinion. It was an advisory opinion to the Supreme Court. And before the Supreme Court ever ruled on her precepts, an agreement was worked out between the litigants in the case, including the state of Maryland, and the advisory opinion would not be binding on the Supreme Court. But I don't know what the judges of the Supreme Court, or the majority of them, would say when confronted with these issues. I don't think they've ever been squarely confronted with them in quite this way. And so, much like you, I always tell my clients, never bet on predicting what the judge or the jury will do. It's hard to do. Sure. But to me, it's an open question. At the federal level, the Supreme Court has said if you want a partisan gerrymander, I think Justice Roberts, if I'm recalling correctly, I think he left a little bit of wiggle room in there where he said, if it becomes too bad, too obvious, too over the top, maybe we take another look at it. But certainly partisan gerrymandering has been allowed by the Supreme Court.
Right, and I think, honestly, I don't remember that part. I do remember him saying that basically, if we didn't want this to be political, they wouldn't put it in the hands of politicians. But, and that's fine. I just didn't know if what you were articulating earlier, your bill sounds like it's superfluous, because it sounds like we don't need it.
No, I think in the words of a famous delegate from Charles County, it's clarifying so that we can clarify exactly what the law is with our legislative intent.
And lastly, and I know that, all joking aside, I know that, you are a very influential individual, and, as far as, what you do in this body.
Tell that to my 9-year-old son, but yeah, thank you.
But what you do in this body is very important. I also know that, let me just ask straight out. So did the Maryland Republican Party, or on behalf of you or anyone, file anything in the Texas redistricting, like an amicus brief, to say you, as a Maryland Republican, oppose that?
I certainly didn't. I'm not sure of what litigation was actually conducted in Texas. I mean, I certainly didn't participate in their political process.
You didn't go down and testify against it?
I definitely did not. I like Austin, but not that much to go down there, yeah.
In Missouri, same thing, right? You didn't openly oppose their redistricting, their Democrat?
I doubt that it would have made a bit of difference, but I certainly didn't appear in Missouri or North Carolina or Ohio or any other state because, I don't think as a resident and a citizen of that state that I would probably have, I don't know if standing is the right word, but I don't think that I would probably have a role in their sort of inter-family discussions about how they were going to do things.
Got you. And so, and just to be clear then, so you haven't in any other state besides Maryland opposed political gerrymandering, correct?
That's where the good people of Allegheny County have put me in the legislature, just here. But I can tell you that I oppose political gerrymandering wherever it happens because I think it's bad for the country.
When Florida, because they're going to do it in April, are you
Perhaps.
going to are you going to go speak up on behalf of Maryland Republicans in Florida?
If you'd like to drive down with me to Tallahassee, it's a beautiful town in the spring, and you and I can do a road show. I don't have the funds to advance myself to go do that, but certainly I would oppose, again, any type of partisan gerrymandering. I think sets us on this pathway and leads us to this inevitable result that's not good.
And you said earlier about California kind of wiping out Texas's redistricting.
In theory, yeah.
But that's not the only two states that did it, correct?
That's correct. The other states that have done it so far, Missouri enacted a change that may result in one Republican congressional district. North Carolina, which has had a lot of redistricting litigation, their maps seem to change every 2 years because of litigation. They enacted something. Ohio's is actually a unique feature of their system because they could not come up with a map in their commission, and so their court system interceded. And just like in our case from a couple years ago, the litigants, the Democrats, Republicans, the state agreed to a new map in Ohio. So the Democratic Party of Ohio basically acceded legally to that map.
There's no other Democrat state, so there's, you name multiple Republican states. There's no other.
New York has indicated they intend to do it. New York just had a judge, I believe a federal judge, that just invalidated the only Republican-oriented district in the New York metropolitan area and changed it to something that would probably be more Democrat. But the New York legislature is still looking at it. As I said, Virginia, Senator Louise Lucas from Norfolk, who I have some knowledge of, she has indicated it is her intent to change the map in Virginia from 6-5 to 10-1, and that has been at least temporarily blocked by a Tazewell County Circuit Court judge.
So right now,
Court of Common Pleas. I want to get the
right now only
things
one
right.
state, we'll say this partisan-wise, only one Democrat state has been successful in gerrymandering.
That they have actually affected, yes, a full plan. That's correct.
And multiple Republican states have.
That would be correct, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other, there are. Delegate Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, this is a lengthy bill. I'm just trying to read through all the provisions here. And I'm kind of fixated on, I guess, the differences between legislative and congressional districts. Does your bill do anything to change the fact that we have multi-member districts for state legislature?
It shouldn't. That wasn't the intent of it. I think that some of it was based, some of the original DLS language was based on some of the Hogan bills from a couple of years ago. I believe we've argued it several times that we should not have multi-member districts in the House of Delegates, but that's not what this bill's about. It's not what it's intended to be about.
Okay, so just as I understand what you're doing here, you're deleting the existing constitutional language about whatever districts are in there, and you're replacing it with two new sections of law, one for legislative districts and one for congressional districts, but attempting to create similar standards for both legislative districts and congressional districts?
That is the main import. That's the way it's supposed to be drafted and should read and should be interpreted as. It really doesn't change anything for our legislative districts. It simply applies the same standards that I believe we talked about today, Article 3, Section 4 of the Constitution, that those standards that Judge Battaglia said would also apply to congressional districts should be expressly extrapolated into the congressional districts. That really should be the only change.
Okay, well, I guess I would agree that the term legislative district is different than the term congressional district. And so I'm glad that it appears that way in your writing of this. And I would agree that if you want those conditions for congressional districts, you probably need to create a new law and put them in. So I agree with you on those points that you have here. The one thing I'm a little funny on is you've also, it looks like there's language in here in the original Article 3 that says the population should be substantially equal in population. Each legislative district should be substantially, and you've deleted that. So, and I do understand that substantially equal is referring to legislative districts being able to have a little bit of wiggle room in their population variance, correct?
That's correct.
You've changed that.
So the only reason I think that's not in there, and of course we all know, I don't mean to throw for anyone from DLS under the bus, we don't draft our own bills. That's not exactly how I would have written it. That is an established constitutional precept that legislatures can't change. Whether that's Baker versus Carr or the other case that made it fundamental to all legislative districts, they have to be substantially similar in size, in population. There are multiple federal court cases that say, and that's why Delegate Wilson talked about zeroed out. The one thing that's very clear in federal redistricting litigation is that you have to get congressional districts as close in population as practicable, and in many cases that comes down to even one person. If you
got
can't
it as
divide
2% for legislative districts here.
2% is the legislative district for Maryland, so we've always adhered to that standard. None of our districts are within that one-person change or one-person variance that the federal courts have said are important for congressional districts.
Which has to be near equal. But I don't see the
Yes.
near equal part in your bill.
If you think that needs to be additionally clarified, I certainly would agree to you guys amending it and passing it that way, because that's the intent.
Yeah, and I guess my point is that Article 3 seems to be talking about substantially equal, the 2%, and not the congressional districts.
I think that
the 2% appearing later in your bill. So
I think that Article 3 may have been drafted separately from some of the court decisions that came out. It's not a federal law or a part of our Constitution that says that the congressional districts have to be within one person, or that's a series of court cases that came out
you're
because
silent on that because they step in.
because states were manipulating it, states versus states. Some states would have significant variances in their congressional districts so that they could get an extra district, and that's certainly why that was applied. That's not something unique to Maryland law.
Well, I guess I would agree that your bill would be needed, but I disagree that it should pass. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that half-hearted compliment. Thank you.
Delegate Szeliga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to let you know that I think a Terrace Soteris may still be in the waiting room, or a Jackie Gregory from the last bill. Do you see them in there? No? Okay. For the record, they both were trying to get in to testify against that bill. I know the bill hearing's finished. I do have a question for you, Delegate Buckle, and I'm glad that the other bill sponsor was here, because he was asking you about your opinion on redistricting in other states.
Sure.
So I may ask you, in Connecticut, where they have no Republican representation in Congress, did you weigh in on that?
I certainly did not.
How about Massachusetts, where they have no Republicans
Nope.
in Congress?
Just here in Annapolis, it's
How
the only
about-
place they let me talk.
How about Vermont?
Nope.
How about Rhode Island? How
Nope.
about Hawaii? So these are
I'd like to go to Hawaii, though. If someone wants to pay for me to go, I will.
So these would all be states where the Democrat legislatures have gerrymandered them to remove all Republican representation. Would that be correct?
I think that's probably true. To be fair, Rhode Island only has one congressman, and it's a pretty Democratic state, so that might have, but
Yeah.
all of the other ones, there's definitely an element of partisanship at play.
Correct. All right. Well, next time, maybe we should go weigh in on that.
I will vote in Hawaii anytime you guys want me to.
Thank you.
All right. Delegate Barnes.
Just want to piggyback a little bit on Majority Leader Moon and the questions he was asking. So it appears that you agree, at least in some respects, at least implicitly by putting in this bill, that our constitutional requirements in the state of Maryland that apply to legislative districts do not apply to congressional districts. I mean, that's implicit in you putting in this bill.
I don't look at it that way. I understand that you could interpret it that way. What I believe is that clarity is always better. What I got taught as a lawyer, and people hate this, you're a lawyer too, people hate this. We talk too much. Our letters are too long. Our contracts have too many clauses. It's all saying the same darn thing over and over again. Clarity produces black and white results.
Okay.
And so I think that it would be fair for a judge, just as Judge Battaglia has concluded, to say that those standards, those three standards, should be extrapolated and applied to congressional districts. But I want to make it real clear so that an appellate judge or a trial court judge doesn't have to wonder anymore. They know.
So you want to get to a more clear sort of end game that ends up more like our current map that Larry Hogan has had, our leading Republican in the state of Maryland, our 7-1 map that says is fair, is probably not partisan, more like that map.
I guess to me, I remember sitting in a lot of those meetings, and I don't recall the particulars of the maps and how they break out.
Our current
the current map is 7-1. The map that was passed by the House and the Senate probably would have produced an 8-0, and then it was subject to litigation, and then a deal was struck. I didn't strike the deal, but someone struck a deal to say, hey, we're going to leave the lines the way they are today.
And that 7-1 map, I think Larry Hogan has said is fair, and you'd agree with that.
I don't think it's fair. I don't recall what Governor Hogan particularly said about it.
As recently as a couple of weeks ago.
Fair is an interesting word. So fair to me means that you should do everything that you can to reflect those principles.
Would the current map be reflected in your bill? Do you think that it would pass muster under your bill?
I'm not so sure, because I think it would be very difficult to argue that I'm most familiar with the 6th district. The 6th district, I can tell you, Frederick County has a lot more commonalities with northern Montgomery County, right along the, I drive here every day through I-68, I-70. I think the communities that lie along that highway have a lot in common. Their high schools play each other. The people cross county lines back and forth. So I think that the 6th district in particular would have a lot more in common with just northern Montgomery County, northern or western Howard County, and then Carroll County. A lot more commonality there than what they would dipping all the way down the 270 corridor almost to the Potomac DC line. So in my estimation, the current maps that are drawn may not meet that test of communities of common interest or compactness, but that's never been subject to an appellate court review at this juncture.
Okay. Is there any impetus for the Supreme Court to if they were to overturn a map, to draw their own map without a census?
I think they would have to rely upon the best possible census data available to them. I'd hate to see them just say we have to go with 2021's numbers. The census, to my knowledge, does produce yearly estimates. They're not, as officially binding as the 10-year census, but they do produce estimates that we all look at and rely on. Maryland's lost population, counties have gained, et cetera, et cetera.
But there's no federal mandate to redraw a map at this point.
I don't think there's any federal mandate to redraw the map either the way that the prior bill did or the way that
from us or the
courts. I think that that's fair to suggest that there's no federal requirement in Maryland to redraw our maps, as there has been in some states.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Delegate Wilson.
I think, Madam Chair, it was just something was brought up on prior question.
Yes, Your Honor.
And to be clear, when you heard the good delegate talk about all the other states you didn't go to, none of those are in the middle of mid-district, mid-cycle redistricting, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, they're not, and I think it's fair what Delegate Jalega indicated. They're all total Democrat states, so there probably wouldn't be any need for partisan redistricting because you can't get any more blood out of the stone.
Right, and when you talk about reading over your bill, it seems like there, and I guess the issue that I'm kind of locked in this eternal confusion is it seems that it's more important that we create individual political silos than it is to create a moderate representative that has the answer to all the people. And when I say all the people, I mean Republican, Democrat, Brown, Black, whatever you are, that would mix it up enough to where we have more of a moderate representation coming out of Maryland, because they're accountable to not just a specific constituency. It seems like it's more important that in your opinion, from what I've heard today, that we continue to create these silos of extraordinary left and extraordinary right. Would you disagree?
I would, and only in this context. The reality in modern America is that people tend to self-select where they live based upon some political affiliation. That probably wasn't the history of America for many, many, many years. So sometimes people, I wouldn't choose to do that. I'd choose to live where the place that works best for my family, my job, my life. But a lot of people choose to live in political communities in which they feel comfortable. It's why you've seen the state of Florida go from a roughly million-person Democratic voter registration advantage 15 years ago to almost the same way Republican, because you've seen a tremendous amount of Republican-oriented individuals, predominantly from the East Coast, Mid-Atlantic, our state, move to Florida more so than what Democratic-oriented individuals in New York, New Jersey, Maryland do. So I don't want, nor would I ever advocate for a siloing that produces the extreme left and the extreme right. And I think the nation keeps going farther that way, because when those two forces collide, you get friction that causes sustainable damage, lasting damage. But I think that you can also produce, in your words, more moderate or representatives who reach across the side of the aisle and focus on principle rather than party, simply by encouraging better election processes and by bringing forth the best people that you can. It's difficult today. We all know this. People vote for the party label. They come into the room, we all get thousands, tens of thousands of votes in our name. We don't know all these people. They vote for us because you got the D after your name and they're Ds, or I got the R after my name and they're Rs. So I appreciate anything that you think would help to produce someone who more broadly represents the population. But I think having standards for contiguity, compactness, and commonalities of interest, communities with common interest, actually would help that more than break it apart.
And just lastly, and I guess this makes a lot of sense. So it is your testimony that not schools, not jobs, not cost of living, not weather, not crime, and not opportunity are the main driving factor of where people pick their residence. You believe the overarching focus is political party.
No, I don't believe the overarching focus, but I believe this. I don't believe that you would move to Allegheny County, where I live and was born and raised, and feel entirely comfortable there, not personally, but feel entirely at ease there unless you had a great job there or your family was from there. And I probably wouldn't move to Charles County. It's a community, quite frankly, I'm not overly familiar with. I've been to Waldorf and La Plata a couple of times for legal business, but I haven't spent a lot of time there. I probably would not choose to move there unless it was for a job or a family. But the reality is that 30, 40, 50 years ago in America, New York and New Jersey and Illinois and Florida and California and Texas all were very mixed politically. They had a back and forth mix between Democrats and Republicans, and they produced moderates of both stripes. Now they don't. I believe Delegate Pippy asked earlier, a little over 20 years ago, the Maryland congressional delegation was 4 Republicans, 4 Democrats. One of those Republicans, Connie Morella, was probably the most moderate to almost liberal Republicans in America. She could not get elected today. She could, because if she had that R label behind her name in Montgomery County, even with the principles she espoused, she would not be elected today. And so I think that people have a tendency to begin to associate politically with who their neighbors are, and as their neighbors become more and more Democratic or more and more Republican, that's where they fit in socially, and that's where they choose to vote. And that loses some of that commonality of the whole state.
And that is very clarifying. It definitely shows, it allows me to understand that thought process. Number one, I would move to Florida in a heartbeat. And I know what it is down there. But
I would too. It's nice.
I would move to Texas, right? Because again, I do disagree, and I'm disheartened to hear that that's where you think this country is or where it's going, because I do disagree, and I think there are other way more important focuses when people choose their residents. But it's important to have an insight into the way you view this. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
This side of the room is ready. Delegate Pippy.
Delegate Kaiser purchased too much shawarma. No one's hungry and ready to go yet. So
been a lot of legalese thrown around here tonight, so I'm going to try to make this simple and concise for all the non-lawyers, I suppose. But Battaglia, let me ask you this: is this bill as presented, is this a outlier and a product of extreme partisan gerrymandering?
No.
Why not?
Because it's calculated to avoid extreme partisan gerrymandering. It eliminates the ability for you to use political and partisan calculations first and foremost in how you draw the districts. You draw the districts based upon geography and commonality of interest. You don't take Ocean City and mix it in with Columbia by tracing a line. You don't take Cecil County and wrap it through Cecil County, Baltimore County, Harford County, Baltimore City, and Howard County and say we need that to create a district. Those aren't contiguous geographic areas. All that I would want from this bill and from any map produced under it is wherever you want to start. You want to start in Garrett County, you want to start in Ocean City, do you want to start in St. Mary's County, whatever point you want to start at, you just start stacking people of those counties and the contiguous counties until you hit 770,000 people. And then you start a new line and you keep going. At some point in time, you have to make some decisions about how to branch off east or west, north or south, but you start with that principle, not with, let me draw a map tagging as many little precincts of counties together so I make sure I can win.
If this bill was before Judge Pataglia 4 years ago, do you think that judge would find this to be a?
Well, Judge Battaglia taught me criminal procedure at the University of Maryland. I don't know if I did terribly well, so I don't want to speak as to, my thoughts of what she would do as a judge. But I believe, having read her opinion and taking a look at the contours of this map and in the principles behind it, I think that logic would suggest that she would have found the other map to be of an extreme partisan gerrymander.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
But I can't speak for her, but just common sense.
Delegate Christ.
So this discussion about commonality of interests, and it was characterized as having silos, and inside those silos you have people who ideologically they all agree and are unwilling to be able to come outside of that silo and consider anything else? Or would you characterize commonality of interests as having different regions of the state of Maryland, which is very diverse? I think we should all agree that the rural parts of Western Maryland are even different than the Eastern Shore and Southern Maryland, of course, in between Baltimore and DC are quite different. Would you see why, because we're so diverse in this state, that preserving that commonality of interest is very, very important? Because the values on the Eastern Shore are such that we don't want to depend on the government. We want to be left alone. We would much prefer us to be able to grow in our lives, our families to grow in our lives at our will, with very little government interaction. However, but if you live in Columbia, for example, which they'll be potentially in the same district, they're very reliant, as they should be. They have, they're very reliant on the high tech corridor, that we were talking about. They're very highly reliant on public infrastructure. They're very high, but that's the way of life. And there's ways of life. One's not any better or any worse than the other. But it's important to preserve those ways of life. And is it fair to somebody who, in your opinion, based on your definition or what you consider your definition of commonality of interest, is it fair for somebody from Columbia to be represented by somebody from the Eastern Shore?
I think that it obviously says that district would be drawn solely for the purpose of partisan advantage. People that live in Columbia are wonderful Marylanders, and they have a lot of great things to offer the community. While Howard County does certainly have some farming and agricultural industries, my understanding is the Eastern Shore of Maryland is dominated by both the agriculture industry and also the fishing industry, the waterman industry. Those things have very little to do with Columbia. They have very little to do with the interior of Anne Arundel County as you look at the map, as you get away from the waters of the Chesapeake Bay. And you've hit the nail on the head that diversity could be achieved one of two ways. You can take every district and says it has to be sort of every position in human life and ethnicity is represented within that district, or you can take the geographies as they lie, form districts that make sense, and say we have a diverse congressional delegation. We have some who are from urban communities. We have some who represent more rural communities. We have some who are suburban. We have some who are black, some who are white, some who are Hispanic, women, men. And when you take all 8 of them together, they can articulate on behalf of Maryland writ large, reflecting that diversity. I think that's really the only way you can achieve legally permissible diversity in a congressional delegation, is let the geography and the voters vote where they stand rather than try to mix them all together across the state to produce some predetermined result. If you got a better grade in Battaglia's case than me, I don't expect you to brag about it now. Oscar? Huh.
Should I just yell? There we go.
Don't yell at me, Delegate.
Community of interest are really important. But you mentioned Baker v. Carr. I think the other case you were thinking of was Reynolds v. Sims.
I think that's right, yeah.
So when we reapportion, is it based on acreage?
No, it's based on population.
Okay, population of what?
It's based on population of a district. You start with the human population.
Okay, so not chicken houses.
If we voted by chicken houses, the Eastern Shore would be in charge of this place.
Okay, you know, the last time, I understand from you that the definition of Western Maryland is Carroll to Garrett. Now, I've always heard from people in Washington County that they don't actually consider Frederick to be Western Maryland, but I'll just go with your definition of Carroll to Garrett. Is that a fair definition of Western Maryland?
I think to me it is, and that's certainly how we do it here in the General Assembly. The Western Maryland delegation is those 5 counties.
Okay. Do you know the last time we had a district that spanned from Carroll to Garrett?
It was during the age of Roscoe Bartlett.
No, it's not during the age of Roscoe Bartlett.
It was. When Roscoe Bartlett was the congressman, he was my congressman, his district went actually to the very tip of Baltimore County. May not have ran across all of Carroll, but it ran across most of it.
Yeah, so the last time we had a district that was all of Western Maryland as one district, right, one community of interest, was in the 1870s, okay? So since then, it's had to go beyond the borders of that compact Western Maryland.
I would suggest to you that Garrett County has roughly 30,000 people. We have roughly 70. That's 100. Washington County has roughly 170. That's 270. Frederick has just shy of 300. That adds up to about 570, 580.
I'm asking you the last time we had a district like that. I didn't ask you about the population.
I won't contend. I mean, we'll look it up as friends later, but I'm pretty positive when I voted for Roscoe Bartlett, his district went into Carroll County.
Okay. So did it cover all of Carroll County?
I don't know if it took all of it. It definitely was
So the
part
last
of
time
Carroll
we had
County.
a Western Maryland district that covered all of what you define as Western Maryland was 1870. So do you think we've been wrong, our predecessors, for 155 years?
I don't know what the population trends were at those period of time and how you fit within the congressional districts, what the numbers would have been in 1870 or 1950 or 1980. But I think today, Carroll County to the Garrett County line comprises almost the 770,000 people necessary for a congressional district, and it's a community of common interest.
I don't want to belabor this too much, but I heard you say during your testimony, and a few other people said it in the previous bill, that your bill takes care of mid-decade redistricting.
It eliminates it.
Yeah, just in Maryland, though, right? I don't want to go through all the states again.
I know that a lot of you would like to be in Washington, D.C. and in charge of the country, but we're really only in charge of Maryland, so that's all we can do here.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've heard you many times on the House floor lament some piece of legislation that we were advancing because it had to do with things that you viewed as sort of beyond Maryland's purview, right? So
Yes,
we were not
we do
able
that a
to
lot.
control, forms of pollution in other states, forms of, dangerous
Correct.
products in other states. And you've said, so why should we do anything in Maryland, right?
I would suggest that you can't cure global warming from a state of 6.3 million people.
Okay, can we
And
also?
anybody who thinks we can is not living in
So we also
scientific
can't-
reality.
Okay, if that's true, can we cure partisan redistricting from the state of Maryland?
We can cure it for us. See, partisan redistricting affects your state.
No, it doesn't cure it. Well, I'll just leave it at this. It doesn't cure it for us because we are also affected by the members of Congress in other states.
That's absolutely correct. You are affected by them, but you have to make the choice of how you want to conduct yourself politically and legally. I think my great-grandmother said, you can get down in the mud with the pigs, but you come up pretty dirty. And that's what we do by doing this. I wouldn't have recommended that Texas do this. I would have voted against it if I was in Texas. California took them out. Then another state does it, then another state. And I would suggest to you, since you've opened this line of inquiry, look at all of you as friends. You're going to lose because you're going to do this, and Indiana is going to say, you know what? We thought we had a deal. We weren't doing it. You weren't doing it. Flip that. 2 Democratic seats. Florida is going to do it. Alabama is going to do it. Tennessee is going to do it. South Carolina is going to do it. And every analysis from Politico on down suggests that if the United States of America went to complete partisan redistricting today, the net gain is in Republicans' favor. So I would suggest that from a purely pragmatic, realpolitik viewpoint, this is not a direction that you should want to go.
Okay, but we agree that Congress members in other states do affect Maryland?
Absolutely.
Great.
And ours affect theirs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Witter.
Thank you. This has been an interesting seminar for us who are not lawyers.
This is why everyone hates lawyers, Madam Chair.
Hold on. Okay, tell me what you're talking about. Still, okay. Okay, we have a witness list of who's here and who is waiting in line. So we're going to just move on to the rest of this hearing because we're not finished. We have one person in person right now here, Lisa Lowe, and you get to come up and tell us what you think about this bill.
Lisa Lowe, constituent from Garrett County. I want to say support this bill. Our governor's bold maneuvering to sway politics at the federal level is a risky trade-off at best. He's selling off the representative voice of the people in his own state to wage a personal war with a president who holds office at the pleasure of the nation of people who elected him. Even if I were a Democrat who supported this strategy, I would have to acknowledge that it is a large and consequential loss for our state simply to gain a relatively inconsequential edge in an endeavor to further his own party's agenda. As governor, we have entrusted him to safeguard our representative voice and our collective interest. If he would like to know what his constituents think regarding reforms at the federal level, he could set up listening sessions across the state to better understand the rationale of his full collective constituency regarding the pros and cons of federal policy. He might surprise himself and learn a few things. But instead, he has devised the strategy to rush a hearing on a bill in a single day, and the outcome of its passage being only that a fraction of Maryland's whole voice will be counted. If he succeeds in doing so, he will have forfeited the balanced representative voice of Marylanders and disregarded the diversity of his people in favor of his own party's political agenda. Selling off Maryland's diverse and representational voice in order to create a single ideology that he condones undermines his credibility as an impartial and just leader. And since I have a little extra time, I'd like to talk about people who are worried that if we don't fight the gerrymandering on a national level, we'll undermine racial equality. And I want to say that in Maryland, our young adult Black men have 25% higher rates, and we're the worst in the state. Let's focus within.
Thank you. It's late. Zwalika Bazemore. Please turn your mute off. I can't hear you. Try again. Cannot hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Are. Can I hear you now?
Thank
you very much.
Thank you for having me. And my name is Salika Bazemore. I'm actually getting ready to certify to run for Maryland District 8 for delegate. I ran and won the primaries on the Republican card in 2022 for District 40 in Baltimore City, which is one of the second largest district in the city of Baltimore. But I'm concerned because number one, in terms of the redistricting this time around, in 2022, Governor Hogan, they actually formed an independent committee, which I actually sit in a couple of those workshops. And it gave the public the opportunity to really get involved with the redistricting of certain districts in Baltimore County and in the city of Baltimore City. But what I'm not seeing this particular midterm elections is the redistricting appeared to just come out of nowhere. It came out of, first of all, us hearing Governor Hogan wanting to do a redistricting, and it was primarily based on something that Texas did, and then they ricocheted, and Governor Newsom in California, actually, they drafted a bill which they actually put as a proposition on the primaries, and they voted to redistrict. And I just think at this point, if we look at history, when it comes to just the redistricting period, this is something that gerrymandering started back in the 1800s. And I just think even when we looked at us having the right to vote in terms it was meant for
Thank you.
minorities.
Your time has expired.
Okay, I would like 30 seconds to wind down and make my point.
We've been here for hours and hours, and
So,
everyone has 2 minutes.
I'm not in favor of the
everyone has 2
redistricting
minutes. We've been trying to be
because
very
I
fair to
feel
everybody.
like nobody wants, I mean, I feel like.
Are there any questions for this witness? There are no questions. Thank you very much. Next is Marcus Castro. Marcus Castro?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, would you please begin your testimony?
Yes, I am a retired U.S. Navy Chief Petty Officer. I've served this country for 30 years. And I've been in Maryland now for the last 12. I've been stationed in California twice. I've been stationed in Florida twice, and I've also lived overseas. I sacrificed a lot of my personal time along with family to defend the founding principles of what our country is supposed to be. And from my understanding, every state is supposed to mirror the federal government. This is the first state that I've been in where the districting lines look like animals. I am not in favor of the redistricting. The current districting should be at least on par with national average to keep it fair to both Republicans and to Democrats. Right now, the state of Maryland has over 2,000 registered Democratic voters and 2 million Democratic voters, 1 million Republican voters, and almost 1 million independent voters. 25% of the constituents aren't even being represented. This absolutely makes no sense. And is a disgrace to everything I've served over the last 30 years for this country. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to Rebecca Hill. Oh, Deborah Hill. I'm sorry, Deborah Hill. Deborah Hill there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I apologize.
Please give your testimony.
I'm sorry. One thing, I have Ken Fitch is with me. He's testifying also, but his computer is messed up. So I'm even though it has my name, I want to make sure that he'll be able to testify when his name is called. I couldn't sign him in.
His name is, I'm sorry.
Ken Fitch.
I have to check with the technical people, but you give your testimony and we'll get to that in a minute.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking my testimony. I believe I support this bill. If this is the bill that's trying to do an independent commission in order to set up the redistricting maps, I think that is a very solid idea and would help take some of the partisanship out of this. I support Representative Delegate Buchel's efforts in order to do that. I hope I'm talking about the correct bill that's up. I've been back and forth with Baltimore County and other bills here, so I'm hoping I'm speaking the right one. I think that we need to, especially since there's such a majority in the legislature of one party in order to preserve the rights of the minority, the Republican Party. I really believe that this would probably be the best way as far as redrawing up maps and so forth that'll take the partisanship out of it and allow the citizens of Maryland to benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you said Mr. Fitch is with you on the same?
Yes.
If he could step into the camera range and.
Okay, I will. I apologize. It's just all these computer issues. Okay. All right. There we go.
Next.
Yes.
What do you call him, Deb?
They call him
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Fitch?
Yes, it is. How are you today?
I'm fine, but I wonder, can we get you on camera so we can see what you look like?
You said that earlier. No, I haven't shaved.
Okay.
I've been to the doctors and back, and
All right,
not in
well,
good shape.
just give your testimony then.
Thank you. I am in support of this bill. I support all the ones who sponsored it and co-sponsored it. I think it'd be a wonderful thing to have somebody outside of Annapolis, if he could get somebody and draw a map. We just can't keep having Democrats drawing the maps, and it wouldn't be a good thing. If you need somebody to volunteer, I got my hand up. I'll volunteer. Oh, Deb says turn the thing on. Well, I'm telling you, I'm volunteering. I don't know what to say. I support it. I support it. Thank you. Have a good day, evening. Are you there?
Pat Stoller, please. Pat, you're on mute. Turn off your mute button. Go for it. Still can't hear you. Check your mute button again. Okay, we'll come back to you, Pat. We're going to go on. We'll come back to you after we take another witness. Brenda Thiam has returned, so we'll go to her, our former delegate. Go ahead, Brenda. Brenda? Brenda Cham?
Yes. We're going to go live. Yes, I'm here.
There you are. Okay, you're talking. It says you're talking. Can you come on camera?
Can you see me okay?
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you.
Yes, nice to see you as well, Chairwoman. Thank you so much. You guys are hanging in there tonight. Thank you for all of your hard work and dedication. I'm Dr. Brenda Cham. I live in Washington County, Maryland, and I'm also running for Lieutenant Governor of Maryland, along with John Myrick, who's running for governor. I first want to put on record that I submitted written testimony on the MyMGA website for House Bill 488 to be in opposition of that bill. But nonetheless, no harm, no foul. I am in full support of House Bill 482 to focus on drawing maps that are going to be representative for Republicans like myself. Unfortunately, like the previous bill, House Bill 488, the bill that I'm not in support of is a map that doesn't represent the voices of Republicans. But for House Bill 482, I do support this bill that is going to eliminate mid-cycle redistricting. We've got to focus on the needs of the people. And if we can do matters the right way for our state, when the census is complete, to do redistricting, that is what we need to do. We've got to focus on matters and concerns that are most important to Marylanders, things such as high electric bills, focus on matters that are important. Our school, our children, the fact that students are in failing schools and they can't read, they can't write. Those are the matters that are important to Marylanders. I have traveled all across the state of Maryland listening to Republicans, Democrats, unaffiliates, and people who don't want anything to do with politics. I can guarantee you that the map right now is something that is not on their agenda or they think that is of great concern. So I'm in great support of House Bill 482, and I encourage all.
Thank you very much. Nice seeing you again. We're going to go back to Pat Stoller. I think she's found her mute button.
Yes. I'm 72 years old, and I got to tell you, the access to this was rather difficult for me. But I want to say that I've never been politically active, but I am opposed to House Bill 488. This gerrymandered proposal is not a priority of the citizens of Maryland, but a move by our governor to gain favor with national Democrats for future political aspirations, and it's a travesty. The whole process was unfairly accelerated without a real opportunity for public input. I believe the committee said there was public input, but it was done in such a rush. I feel like we should have had town meetings in different communities that are affected by the change before the map was adopted. The bill is politically motivated to eliminate the sole Republican representative seat in the 1st Congressional District. According to the Maryland State Board of Elections, as of November 2024, of the total registered voters, 53% were Democrat, 24% were Republican, and 23% were other parties. So that House Bill 488 will leave 47% of Maryland voters with no representation in federal matters. So I urge the Maryland legislature to vote no on this bill, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sticking with us.
No questions. Okay.
There are no questions. We're going to go next to Randy Harbin. Randy, if you have a camera, please turn it on. And you're also on mute, so there you go.
Hi, folks. Thanks so much for having me. I'm sorry I can't turn on my camera either. I'm not fit for public display. But I just want to say that as a lifelong Marylander, a lifelong conservative Republican, as a Marine Corps veteran, I never thought that my state could be any less representative of me. And yet, here with the gerrymandering effort, we appear to be trying to snuff out any conservative representation at all in Andy Harris. And I want to list my opposition to the bill 488 and my approval of the bill 482.
Thank you very much, Randy, and Semper Fi. Appreciate your service.
Semper Fi, young lady. Thank you.
Martin Etzel.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm going to minimize the screen and just read from my document so I get my thoughts across that I've prepared. I'm a private citizen residing in Eastport, Annapolis. I am strongly against this proposal. I had testified in the original hearings, which were a bit of a sham since half of the representatives didn't even show up for the hearings, including the chairwoman. Despite a very strong outpouring of testimony in the information gathering phase for redistricting, this group has gone ahead and trying to jam this proposal through. But let's look at a few facts and observations behind this terrible proposal. The state's 51% registered Democrat, 24% Republican, 23% independent. The state is already 88% Democrat in Congress, yet you want the last seat. By the above numbers, there should be at least 2 seats in Congress that are Republican. The other states are doing an argument doesn't hold. Texas, even if their new map goes forward, will be about 20% Democrats in Congress in Texas, compared to what Maryland has today of 12% Republicans of the minority party. Maryland has a terrible history of gerrymandering. The last proposal was kicked out in the courts, and this one's going to kick out too. So why are you wasting so much time and effort? Think of all the hours that you've all collectively spent today listening to testimony, just for starters. During earlier hearings, nearly all proponents of the proposal were Democrat politicians or special interest groups. Testimony against the proposal will mostly average citizens like myself. It's no secret why you're rushing this through to put political pressure on one of the few clear-thinking Democrats on this issue, Senate President Bill Ferguson. You claim to be defending democracy with this bill, as I heard in the live testimony earlier, but what you're doing is far, far away from defending democracy. Bringing communities together was another term I heard in the live testimony by the sponsor and the governor. I would like to know if any of the sponsors could describe to me what Crisfield and Somerset County has in common with Columbia and
Thank you
Howard
very
County
much.
in this
Your time has
proposed
expired.
first
Thank you
district.
very much for your testimony. And the last witness we have is Linda Dorsey
I
Walker,
used up my 2 minutes.
or is that Lauren
She just
Walker?
cut
I
me
see
off.
a different name on your label.
Yeah.
You're on mute. Please,
But I
Ms. Walker,
told them I would minimize it.
you're, Ms. Walker, you're on mute. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I was
Yes.
unmuted and someone on your end remuted me.
Thank you.
Again, I'm Linda Dorsey Walker. The reason I wanted to speak against this particular bill is because during the last redistricting cycle, congressional redistricting cycle, there was only one private citizen that attended every single redistricting meeting that wasn't all part of the commission, and it was me. For an entire year, from January to December, I went to every single meeting. And at that time, a very important redistricting tool was used called Maptitude. I don't know whether you all are familiar with it, but it's the most commonly used form of redistricting software in the country. And this year, I asked at the beginning from the planning department, do you still own it? Because I had come up with a map that had several different versions, one of which crossed the Chesapeake and one which did not. Unfortunately, you all let the license lapse. Let me just say this. There's going to come a time very soon, because of the disproportionate growth on the eastern side, the western side of the bay, where you can't continue to have this rule where you can't cross the bay. If you had the Maptitude software, you would see by expanding out that that's going to come really soon, like by the next congressional redistricting cycle, because of the aging population on the eastern shore and the reduced population. So you can't create a rule that says any longer that you can't cross the bay. As far as Columbia and the eastern shore being in the same area, I think it's a good thing for both sides. They need to learn to know each other. In Baltimore County, I supported a bill that a Republican council member, Wade Koch, introduced to create a Department of Agriculture, because we need to have more focus everywhere in Baltimore County on agriculture. That's true throughout the whole state of Maryland. We've got to stop siloing ourselves by saying we can't be in the same district with this one or that one.
Thank you so much.
Repurchase the Maptitude software.
Thank you very much. And there are no questions on this. Terrace, don't have your full name. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, it's Terrace Pantasis.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking on 488. Sorry, I've been on in the waiting room, and it must be a technology problem. Like I said, my name is Terrace Pantasis, and I'm president of the East Side Baltimore County Republican Club. I guess, like other people have said about their clubs, you could also say that we're a pro-democracy group as well. I strongly oppose 488 and the redistricting. This bill silences a large group of citizens, and during the opening, the bill's sponsor
We're on a
said that it
different
doesn't.
bill. We're on 482.
I've been in the waiting room on 488 since 3 o'clock. That's why my voice, I haven't been talking to anybody sitting in my
Okay. Well,
garage.
just finish your testimony so
I'm
we
going to try
get
to
the
be real quick. I apologize. The sponsor said it doesn't silence people, but this bill does silence people, just as the minorities were silenced in the South way back when they would water down their votes. This effort is a mob rule run amok. Our system of government, a constitutional republic, exists precisely to prevent the majority from crushing the minority. And it goes against the very foundation of our government, as it allows 53% of the registered Maryland Democrats to politically dominate the 47% of us that are not registered. And it's all in the governor, who's looking to satisfy something on his political whims. And for those who are saying they feel disenfranchised, nationally, I would also remind you that Maryland has 2 senators. They are both Democrats. So when it comes to the national spotlight, Democrats certainly are represented. And let me be clear, and I'm not afraid to say it, I'm against gerrymandering, whether it's Texas, California, New Jersey, Hawaii, or even here in Maryland, where Democrats have served time in prison for some of the gerrymandering stuff that's gone on in this state. But this issue is about more than government. It is about more than Governor Moore, President Trump, Congressman Harris. It is about my vote, and I hope that the Maryland legislature chooses to listen to my vote. The Eastside Baltimore County Republican Club collected 425 signatures opposing this. I urge you to go against it. I worked at the House Judiciary Committee for 3 sessions.
Thank you very much. And we have another witness, I believe, someone named Faith.
Hi, how are you?
Very good. Can you put your camera on, please?
Hold on, please.
And could you state your full name for the record? Hello? Faith? Can you state your full name for the record, please? I think we've lost her. And that is the last witness. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm sorry. We cannot hear you, cannot see you. We don't know if you're actually there. So we're going to have to, that concludes the hearing on House Bill 482. And we're going to take a minute and then we're going to vote. So just take a break, 7th inning stretch, and we'll vote in a few minutes while they set everything up. Do we have everybody here? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Okay, we're about to start the voting session. We have everybody in the room. I want to thank everyone on the committee for your patience and your civility and hard work throughout this whole day. It is now almost 8:30. We've been here for a while, and we're about to take a vote. Members of the committee, we are now moving into a voting session. We have one bill on the voting list tonight. There is an amendment for the bill from the sponsor to add co-sponsors and a technical change flagged by DLS. Do we have a motion on the amendment? 488. 488. There's an amendment.
Move the amendments, Madam Chair.
Yeah, the Vice Chair has moved the amendments. Is there a second on the amendments? All those in favor of the amendments say to add sponsors and a technical amendment. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right. Do you want to be recorded no? Against the amendment? His name is not on the sponsor amendment, as far as I saw. On the amendment. Okay, thank you. And now,
Second.
all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, raise your hand so you can be recorded. This is House Bill 488, the one we spent the first part of the meeting on. And we're going to identify Buckle, Kipke, Shalega, Riley, Greist, Pippi.
Just want to make sure we're not being added as sponsors. That too. That too.
That's another amendment if you'd like to offer it, but on this, okay, the bill passes. It will go to the committee. Is there a motion to adjourn? Okay, we're adjourned. Have a good evening.
You know, Ed, if I was